Hey, Robert. And how are you? And can you hear me? Hey, Greg. Every time. I can hear you. Okay. Much better today. And yes, I can hear you. Okay. Glad to know that you're doing so much better. Okay. No, you're going to have to get down. So, what are you guys into? Cool. Damn it. Watching the news. Oh, that's not good. Hey, Alvin, how you doing? And um, has anybody talked to Wild Bill in the last little while? And if so, how is he doing? Trying to get over a mild headache at the moment. Okay. Sorry to hear you have a headache. How is your mouth doing? Is it still okay? Didn't say much. Seemed like he had a lot on his mind. Yeah. There is actually a reason that I decided to go live. Feeling fine for the moment, thank God. Because I was in pain for what seemed like days last week. Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
Hi, Trish.
Hey, how you doing? Well, no, we just
Decided
covered that.
oh yeah. Decided to pop in for a little bit since you're live at the moment. So, uh, mm.
Um, I wanted to say something. I had been going back and watching some of the streams that you guys did after our fallout.
Oh,
And yesterday, I took the time to go through and finish pretty much all the ones that was done. I think I got them all. And I need to tell you guys that I'm sorry. I didn't realize what I had done to you. I didn't realize how I had made you feel. Not just about showing up for my streams. I never meant to make you guys feel pressured. And I never meant to make you guys feel like you had to buy my stuff. And I'm sorry that you felt that way. Because I never wanted that. I also need to apologize for making you feel uncomfortable with the messages, the voice messages that I would send you. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was making you guys uncomfortable with those. That was never my intention. And if listening to any of my podcasts bothered you in any way, oh my God, I am so sorry. And if it bothered you for me to call your names out when you first come into the stream, I am sorry. That was never my intention. I never meant to hurt anybody, and I never meant to make anybody uncomfortable at all in any way. I am so sorry. After I finished watching those videos, it just, the more I watched, the more it hit me like a ton of bricks. How I had made you guys feel, and it bothered me to no end because I never meant to make anybody feel that way. I am so sorry that I made you guys feel bad in any way. Believe it or not, I love you guys, and I loved hanging out with you. And when Robert reached out to me that night and wanted to talk with all of you guys, me with all of you guys, once I realized that it wasn't an attack, that it was you guys really wanting to reach out and talk and make things right, it was such a huge relief to me because I missed you guys. I missed you all like crazy. And I never meant to make you guys feel pressured or uncomfortable in any way. So please accept my apology. And yes, I have mental issues, but yes, I do take my medication. For the record, I never stopped taking my medicine. Yes, I can partially explain why it happened. It wasn't the medication. I mean, why I got so hateful. Yes, part of it was the stopping smoking. Part of it was the menopause. But part of it was because, like Wild Bill said in that one stream that you guys did, it was, I was burnt out and I wouldn't admit it to myself. And I refuse to give anything up. I refuse to walk away from anything, the podcast, the streaming, the videos, nothing. I wouldn't give anything up, and I burnt myself out, and I just refuse to admit it to myself. So yeah, Wild Bill, if you see this, you were right. You were completely right. I was burnt out. And with everything else piled on top of the burnout, it just got completely out of hand. And after watching those streams that you guys did, I just felt like I needed to apologize. I know we went through this before when we made peace. And you guys probably don't think this is necessary, but in my heart, I felt like I needed to apologize. Because seeing you guys in those streams, it hit me so hard how I had made you guys feel. And I'm just so sorry. That's literally why I wanted to come live. Whether anybody showed up or not, I was still going to say what I wanted to say to you guys and hope that you guys would see it. So thank you for showing up. And please accept my apology. I am so sorry. Hey, country fam.
Oh yeah, hey country fan. And hey Robert and Greg, since I don't think I said hi to anyone yet since I came in.
And after watching after I watched Wild Bill's Halloween stream, y'all know the one I'm talking about, the Halloween stream.
Oh yeah.
I wish I had seen that one way before. Because I seriously believe if I had seen that stream, I may have actually reached out to try to contact you guys. So, how's everybody doing?
Yeah. Well, I'm doing all right. Sorry about that one. If we went a little too far or hard in it.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
You were
Well,
hurt.
yeah,
You
I
were
will.
upset.
I'll be honest with you, Trish, and
Mhm.
I guess this is me taking my own accountability for everything that's went on since then. I'm sorry if some of the things I said really got to you, but I'll be honest with you. Based on just what everybody was saying and what everybody thought at that time, that what you've done to us, and when things were coming to light, and I was like, is she really scheming behind each other's at all of our backs, trying to get us to be against each other or this or that? I'll be honest with you, I was actually really pissed. And I know this is not the right mindset to really have when you're upset or pissed at someone, but in some way I felt kind of ultimately betrayed. So that's why I was just saying any shit, just putting it out there, being bold about it, actually trying to step out of my comfort zone a little more, because I've always been the unconfrontational type, because I don't like to really, because a lot of the stuff I said in those streams, I'll honestly admit I did not have the guts to actually say it to your face. But there were times I wish I could have said these things,
Well,
if this was actually true, you were actually doing this like that, So I was just saying so I was also kind of following the lead, because not saying that I'm putting the blame on anybody else in the group or anything, but Wild Bill would say something, then Robert would say something, somebody else would say something, then that's when I would feel the courage, I guess, to jump in and speak my piece pretty much with the whole thing. And that's and that's why it's like there's a chance in the Halloween stream I feel like I was saying some really not so nice things about you during that
That's
stream,
okay.
but it was because we had this falling out, and I think at that time we did that stream. I think I actually had you blocked on Facebook at the time, so I was like, and at the time I didn't know if you were ever going to see this stream, but I felt like you were always going to be like kind of lurching about or something, like still watching us. And I mean, so that's why it's actually shocked me you hadn't seen that stream until recently, because
Yeah.
I mean, like we were still dealing with trolls after that, like what
Yes,
happened in 2021. Yeah, I
I
was
saw
wondering.
that.
Oh, did you see the streams
I
from
saw
like
the trolls that y'all
last
had to deal with.
yeah,
I did.
last March. I think it was actually in March was when a troll came in and started talking about how she was your neighbor or
Yes, I saw
something.
that, and
Yeah.
I don't know who that was, and that actually
Okay.
hurt. That actually hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
because my apartment does not smell.
Yeah.
I mean, it does occasionally, depending on if I need to take out my garbage or what I've cooked that day. But
Yeah.
on the whole, my apartment does not stink. I promise you, it does not.
Yeah. So that's why I'm kind of glad that we're finally getting some kind of resolution to that. Like, even you doing the stream tonight is something. I'll be honest with you. A lot of us didn't even think that you were ever going to, I guess, address the elephant in the room, I guess, if that makes sense. So,
No,
I mean, so
no, I
that's
will.
why,
I mean,
yeah,
I will. If you guys have questions, ask. If there's something you want to say it.
yeah. Hmm. So, so that's why I felt, well, since if you can like speak your piece about it and everything, and actually apologize and everything, that I thought I would mention like how I feel and take my own accountability.
You give him mustard?
So that
No, I did not give him mustard.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Okay.
Tails.
Ew, go see if there's a bottle of mustard sitting anywhere. That's weird. Let's hope that was mustard. So that wasn't really a neighbor. I'm guessing not, because if it had been, they would have known. My apartment does not stink. On the whole, my apartment does not stink. Okay. Like I said, it depends on if I need to take out my garbage, because
Yeah.
sometimes you get busy and you're like, okay, I'll take it out tomorrow. And then you walk back in and you can smell it. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I'm
So-
guessing, no, that probably wasn't a neighbor. It was probably just somebody that was pissed at me.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
was amazed at how many trolls you guys had
So did you
after
see
I left.
did you see the music critic one? That was like the big one.
Yes, yes, I did.
The music critic one was the big one. We actually thought it was either you. There was a part of us that thought maybe it could have been Jeff,
See, that's what I
Because-
thought.
because Jeff was always into music as well.
Yeah,
So we
that's
thought it was
why.
gonna. And we was like, why would Jeff be trolling? But I was wondering. I started thinking about it. I think someone took the opportunity to try to throw more dirt on your name, since they knew we had a falling out. So it's like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna troll these people and make them think it's still Trish, that she's
Yeah.
doing this, doing this, doing that. I mean, I'll be honest, in the back of my mind, I was thinking it may have been someone trying to like frame you in a way. Yeah, I think only neighbor knew our stream is Jennifer. She never show up on our streams.
No, she doesn't. And it was, or she didn't. The only time she was even on the streams was if she came in to get a cup of coffee or something.
Yeah.
But no, and I want to tell you something.
Yeah.
The one that really got to me
Yeah.
was somebody came in, and I don't remember what person it was. You guys
Yeah.
might, but I don't. They said something about, do you know what the last thing was she said to her sister?
Oh yeah. Oh.
Oh my God. Okay, that had to be either somebody that knows me or somebody that was there the night that I told you guys what the last thing was I said to my sister, because not very many people know that. Now that one cut deep.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, that's what's so crazy. Leading up to the falling out, Trish, there was a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of things like coming out, or someone was trying to make you seem like this horrible person.
Oh,
Like, so I
I
don't
agree.
know. Yeah, I don't know who it was, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if it is like one of your stalkers or who, but someone was like trying to keep tabs on you, but also trying to throw dirt on your name at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. I literally have no idea who it could have been. But that one just, oh God, that one bothered me really bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it still could have been Jeff because he hated us for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was wondering because back in the day when we were still doing like those album reviews, and then he kind of left our group for a while. I think he still managed to still like visit you in person and everything,
Hmm.
like afterwards. But I was wondering, did we ever come to any like actual resolution with Jeff, or do you think he still had a grudge against us in the back of his mind,
I think
like lingering on?
Jeff
Yeah.
or someone that watched the streams
'Cause-
because they knew way too much about Trish and
And
us.
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
that was actually scary because they knew our names and everything because they would mention like Alvin and Robert and Wild Bill. And I was
Yeah,
like,
and
who
I
is
never
this
even
person?
noticed until Robert pointed it out when they called. It may have been him. They called one of y'all by your name,
Oh
and
yeah,
Robert asked, "How do you know my name?"
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I was wondering if
Because
you.
the names that y'all had on the screen were not your actual names.
Yeah. Oh
Okay,
yeah.
like yours right now is Wild Chipmunk Darkling, so that's not your actual name. So you
Yeah.
guys just had names like that. You didn't have your actual names, but they knew your names.
Yeah. Like even Robert, if he was on screen right now, it would probably say like Backwoods Darkling Redneck.
Yeah.
Or backwoods redneck darkling, but yeah, but yeah, I was wondering during. I think it was either during that stream that that first music critic account like came in because
Mhm.
I remember we couldn't understand them and they were attacking us for some reason or saying or talking smack pretty much. That
Yeah.
Robert got tired of them and blocked them. So
I don't blame you.
we were just chilling, hanging out, talking like normal, like continuing the stream as normal. And then within like 30 minutes later or so, some randos just started like popping up in the in the comments.
Yeah.
And they were like trolling us with our own names or something. Like someone would come in with the name Alvin Sucks or something. Yeah, or something that would be like a play on words with each of our names. Like to do things like Robert or something with Robert's name or Wild Bill's name. I don't know if they did come in with Elsa's name or not, which Elsa joked like she felt left out. Like, oh, am I not good enough to be trolled? Like someone trolled with my name. But yeah, I remember they were coming in with random names and then was like, oh shit, we just started a war or something. We pissed them off.
Yeah.
Like,
I
oh
was
yeah,
I was surprised by how many different streams you guys thought I
yeah,
was watching you or
yeah,
trolling you.
yeah,
And I know that that's what you thought because you said, "Oh, we see," because you know how you can see how many people's watching.
yeah. Oh
Hey,
yeah, hey
Caden.
Caden.
And you guys would see one or two more than what was actually talking or on screen, and you would say, "Hi, Trish, we know it's you." And I was like, "Oh my God!" Like
Yeah.
months and months later, y'all were still thinking it was me, and I'm like, "Well, damn,
Oh yeah.
what the hell?"
So during this whole time, like, so you were literally just keeping to yourself, like, so you weren't even paying attention to when Wild Bill went live or Robert went live or I did
No.
or anything. So you were literally just catching up on all the streams you missed, like
Yeah,
just
that's
this
why I was
past week.
watching them over the last few days.
Yeah.
I went back and started trying to watch all the ones that y'all had done on Robert's channel, on Wild Bill's channel, and on Cindy's channel.
Okay, yeah,
And
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
think if I didn't get them all, I got at least 95% of them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because I'll be honest with you, even since that falling out, I've only gone live like maybe once or twice, so you probably won't gonna miss much on my channel. But yeah, we were streaming a lot from like Robert's or Wild Bill's or Cindy's.
Yeah.
But yeah, after Elsa mentioned that, I think they did come in with a name for her because it pissed me and Bill off, and he cussed them out the hell out. Oh my god. Oh yeah, they did. They did actually, because I was after Elsa had mentioned that. Act a joke like, "Am I not good enough to for someone to troll with my name?"
Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy because Elsa had like her Troll Slayer account and like multiple other accounts too, but luckily they came in with something we knew for a fact it wasn't Elsa. Yeah, I believe it. Oh yeah, but I did want to mention I think this was since the fallout. This probably happened last year. I'm not too sure that in the timeline, but I remember someone did try to show up as Elsa and tried to claim to be her too. But I always keep an eye like on Facebook and Messenger, and it didn't say that Elsa was online, and so I was
Smart.
like, usually Elsa checks from Messenger around the same time she comes on like on YouTube, and so I think I immediately pointed out I don't think that's Elsa, and then Elsa's still like it still wouldn't show that she was active on Messenger, and so it was like hours later, like after the stream. I think I did have some message Elsa about it, saying that someone came in one of the streams trying to pretend to be her. Oh yeah, and they couldn't tell us anything Elsa would know about us. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we were asking them questions like, okay, if you're really Elsa, because like, oh, not to mention, I think one reason how I knew it wasn't Elsa is because Elsa always has a distinct thing to what she says whenever she comes in, and so yeah, and oh yeah, when Elsa always comes in a stream, the first thing she usually says is hello or hello, like all like all lower caps, like HELLO. That's usually what she says.
Yeah.
And then she didn't do that. I think this person was high. Like they just so I was like Elsa, you didn't
See, I
sound
remember
very
that because
yeah,
I remember
Elsa,
you
didn't
pointing
sound
out in
yeah
that stream.
yeah. Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
Elsa, you
you
don't seem
pointed
very
out in that stream
enthusiastic.
that no, they didn't say.
Like,
No, I remember watching that stream because I remember you saying they didn't say what Elsa normally says every time she comes in,
yeah.
and they had
Oh,
no clue.
okay, so that was actually one of the streams that you remember, like, or you seen.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I couldn't remember the exact timeline, but I remember that stream happening, and I'm pretty sure that was since the fallout. So we thought, I mean, I don't know if
Yeah, it was.
I don't know if any of us thought it was you, or if we had any suspects at that time, but I just remember like that happening, and I was like, okay, this person doesn't seem like they're who they say they are, pretty much.
Yeah. Plus, if it
Not
was going to be,
yeah.
even if she was going to come in under a different name, she would let you guys know behind the scenes that
Yeah.
it was her.
Yeah, and I remember, but I did message Elsa, and then when she woke up, she had responded and said, "Oh my God, really?" or something like, "I got to see that stream." But I was like, "Yeah, I've been asleep. I literally just woke up." And it was already like 1 a.m. for me, so it must have already been like daylight for her.
Yeah.
So yeah, Real Elsa would tell us stuff going like not having power at times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this person I don't think mentioned anything about any power outages or anything like that. So yeah, I think, but I don't know why.
Guys, there is something else that I need to say too.
Okay.
I never tried to use you guys in any way. Okay, I saw where stuff was said about I was just using you guys for information. I promise you, I never did that. And if I ever forgot to give you credit for giving me information, I'm sorry. Because one of my whole things was credit where credit is due. And if I did a video where I was giving information online, like, the videos I do announcing
Yeah.
stuff. If you gave me that information and I didn't give you a shout out, it wasn't intentional. I always try to give credit where credit is due. Whoever gives me the information, I try to let people know, hey, this person is the one that gave me this, which is why I can give it to you. I wasn't using you for information. I wasn't using you for anything. And if it bothered you all in any way that I ever called you fans instead of friends or family, I'm sorry. It was never my intention to offend you or hurt you in any way. My friendship with y'all meant the world to me. It was real. It was as real to me as any friendship I've ever had in person. So I'm sorry if I called you fans and it hurt you. That was not my intention. And this is for everybody. It's not just for you guys here. This is for anybody that hangs out with us that is a part of our core group. And I mean everybody, like from Alvin to Robert to Wild Bill to Elsa to Country Fan to anybody that's a part of our core group. I never meant it offensively. You are family to me, and you always have been, even when we weren't talking. Somewhere deep inside, you were still my family. Because for me, that bond doesn't end.
Well, I mean, Trish, I think one reason we were talking about the whole fan thing, because I remember when during the fallout, I think I'll be honest with you, what you just mentioned, I think was the thing that I think that made us, or I would say hurt us the most. I guess what hurts the most was, I guess we thought at that time, we thought you had just saw us as fans and not like actual friendship or family. And so I mean, at that point in time, I'm not saying that was that our assumptions were correct or anything, but yeah, at that time we actually thought maybe you were just using us. Not to mention when you were on You Now, I think one time you did mention like that, oh, your fans are watching or something, and I think that kind of offended me and Elsa because we're like, are we more? I mean, are we not friends? It's like we're more than just fans. I mean, but at the time, I mean, that was just our thought process. Not to
Yeah.
mention, at the time, you were playing a lot of music, I guess, on You Now, and then just walking off or something, just playing the music. But sometimes, usually with your camera off or
Mm-hmm.
something. So I don't know. It just, I guess the vibe was just different from when you would stream on YouTube. Because
Yeah.
on YouTube it felt more personal, like up close and personal type stuff. And then on You Now, I guess it just felt like we were just watching like somebody's random stream.
Yeah.
Like it didn't feel like we were watching you, as bad as that sounds.
No,
Like
it's okay. That's what I want. I want honesty. Okay. And
yeah.
first, first, let me say, Country Fan, I am so sorry that you felt left out. I never intended for that to happen. I know and I respect the fact that you didn't care for You Now and that you didn't want to go over there. I never in any way meant to make you feel left out or anybody for that reason. I'm saying Country because he's the most prominent name in my mind right now. Uh, I know you didn't like it, and I'm sorry that I made you feel the way I did. That wasn't my intention. I love you to death. You are one of the core members of this group, of this family. And I would never abandon you. For me personally, I didn't feel personal or connecting on you now. I get that. And honestly, as much as I enjoyed doing what I did on you now, I regret the fact that I went over there because I think it was the proverbial straw
Yeah,
that
like
led to our fallout.
yeah,
So yeah, if you ask me now, yes, I truly regret it because of what happened.
yeah,
And it wasn't that great over there because I didn't have my family with me. And yes, I mean that. You guys, and I understand why you did it. I understand why you stopped showing up. And I'm sorry that you guys got hurt. I never intended for that to happen. I don't know how to say this. When I went over there, I found that place by accident. I don't even remember why I was looking for whatever I was looking for when I found it. But when I realized that there was a possibility of making money over there, I wasn't just hungry, and it wasn't just that I wanted fame or fortune. What I saw when I realized that was a chance to help support myself. That was it, just a little extra to help support myself. It wasn't about getting rich or getting famous, but I regret it because it hurt all of us. It was, like I said, what I believe is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was the proverbial straw that caused, that led to and ended up, well, the proverbial straw that broke us.
yeah,
That's honestly how I feel. Thank you, country fan.
yeah. Like
That means a lot to me.
I'll be honest with you. Out of all of us,
YouTube,
I think
I
yeah,
must say.
yeah, I think I was probably the only one at the time that was, I guess, willing to try to explore what you could do on you now, because I did kind of. I mean, I've always been a huge music lover, so the thought of me being able to play whatever the hell I want without worrying about copyright strikes, I mean, was actually, it sounded pretty cool at the time. But yeah, I mean, I think, but yeah, I do agree with the whole you now concept, and I don't know, maybe at that time it just felt weird and just not as personal or connecting to you now, because we weren't having like the random, like, or the regular like free fall type streams you would do. And
Mhm.
because it just felt like we would just, you would, because most times it seems when you went live on you now, it was mostly to play music or to, I guess, be it, like, I guess, pretend to be a DJ or something.
Yeah.
I mean, like, just like, I'm taking music requests and stuff like that. But I mean, but yeah, it just, thinking back, 2021 was just such a weird time. But I have actually mentioned, I'm not sure if it was ever caught on some of those streams, but it probably did, because I know it was also in some private hangouts that I might have had with Paul Bill Rob at one time or another. But I remember us mentioning or talking about how we think what really did you in, or what made, why you seem to have changed, was the fact that you were probably going through like nicotine withdrawal from like quitting smoking.
I remember you saying that in one of the
Yeah.
streams.
But I was, I thought yeah, I was trying to remember, because I know I mentioned that quite a few times. I just didn't know if it was ever caught on, like, on an actual live stream, or if it's just something I mentioned to
Yeah, it was.
while Bill in a group chat or what.
No, I remember you saying it during one of the live streams.
Yeah, because I mean, because there was some things that I think we were, that, I mean, at least I was kind of nervous to even put out there or just say live on camera, just like, because I would be scared that you would see it and then try to, I don't know, want to attack me or get revenge on me or
Okay.
something, just because
Um,
of something I said. So that's one reason why I was staying back for a while, until I was really heated, which in the Halloween stream, you could tell that was definitely one of the streams I felt pretty heated that night. I'm not gonna
yeah.
lie. So yeah, I just
No.
thought I'd get that out there.
I know that you guys said more than once that you
Yeah,
were afraid to say something to me. You were afraid to say anything to me or disagree with me. I
yeah,
never meant to make you guys feel afraid. And I'm sorry that's what happened. But just know that you can say stuff to me. If you don't feel comfortable saying it, like, on screen or in the comments, you can always message me privately. Okay. So from this moment forward, we'll say, if I say or do something that bothers you, call me on it. You don't have to do it publicly if you don't want to. Just send me a private message. I'm not going to get pissed off at you. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. If I say or do something that bothers you, just let me know, because I don't ever want to lose you guys. I don't ever want us to have a falling out like we had ever again.
Yeah, that's what's scary but yeah, I'm glad we're kind of having this, I guess, personal, like, honest talk about this, because I mean, I just don't want us to get back to where we were, because I mean, we're supposed to always try to be a better person than we was the day before.
Yeah.
Like, we're not supposed to be going like backwards, like to our childhood, and like pretend we're back in kindergarten or something.
I had said during a what do you call it, a hangout that we were having, that if you guys had any questions, that you could ask me and I would answer them. And I mean, about what had happened. And you guys were having trouble remembering any questions that you might have. So that's one of the reasons that I went back and started watching the older streams that you guys had done after the fallout, because I thought, well, maybe something will come up in those, and then I can go back to them and answer whatever questions they had. That's actually originally why I started watching them, just to see if you guys had questions. And I'm willing to answer the questions. And as painful as it was to watch some of them, I'm not offended, because I understand you guys were hurt. I mean, I was hurt too, because of the whole situation. But you guys were hurt, and you were, I don't know what you call it, lashing out.
Yeah.
Because
I think that's a good way to put it. We were all lashing out, because when you feel betrayed, or at least that's the thought process in your mind, like, oh, she betrayed us.
Oh God.
I mean, like a human reaction.
Oh God. Okay,
right?
first of all, please let me say something. And I'm so sorry I just talked over you. Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry too, Trish.
I didn't realize. Oh, I wish we had done this during the thing. Okay, we can do this anytime they're available. If I'm here, if I'm home and I have internet, it was out all day, literally all day.
Yeah, wait. Yeah.
To Elsa and Wild Bill, and you guys can tell them this.
Yeah.
If this is the kind of chat you want to have, please come to a stream. We'll set up a stream. We'll do it in a private hangout if you want. If this is the kind of things that you want to talk about, we will absolutely talk about them.
Yeah.
No, Country, I think of all the people that was involved, I don't think you said anything that upset me. What upset me about you was the fact that I had hurt you by making you feel abandoned. And actually, I guess in a sense, I made all of you feel that way. And oh my God, I am so sorry, because I never meant to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. There was one thing I want to kind of get off my chest, though, about everything. Some things that have came to light, or at least that were definitely in personal conversations I've had with Robert Wabu since, and with Elsa as well, since the fallout. But I don't know if they were ever mentioned in an actual stream. But I just wanted to apologize to you personally, Trish, if you felt pressured. Pressured by me to to do like another album review or something. Because like a new album would come out and I would be like, oh, Taylor's releasing a new album. Let's do a review on it or something. Like, I didn't want you to feel like, I mean, like we have to do that because I know you have a lot on your plate too. And you don't always have time to do like album reviews. And I know you'll probably burn out with how many we did back in like 2019 and 2020. And I mean, especially the Garth Brooks album reviews kind of took a toll on you as well, even though we were doing those like once a month. Yeah, I know, not to mention Bert, but I'm just saying. So I understand if you're like worn out, but yeah. So I mean, and even at the time, this was before you even told me you didn't even really care for Taylor's album Evermore when it first came out. I had no idea, and I kind of liked it compared to, I guess, versus your opinion on it. And so that's one reason why I was suggesting us doing a review on that album. But yeah, I had no idea that you even didn't like it because I guess I was just surprised because you had never not liked anything Taylor has released since, before. So it just shocked me that, Taylor finally released something that Trish didn't really particularly care for. So
yeah, and
yeah.
I need to say two things. One,
yeah,
I completely agree, Robert. Chris, you are absolutely one of the sweetest guys that we know. And if it bothers you that I call you Country Fan instead of Chris, I am sorry. Just your name was in the comments for so long before I found out what your real name was, that Country Fan is the one that sticks in my head. Sometimes it takes me a minute. Not as bad as it used to, but sometimes it does take me a minute to remember your actual name. And if that offends you, I am sorry. It's not intentional. And Alvin, I owe you an apology.
Oh?
For one specific thing, I mean.
Okay.
And that is this. I made you feel like that I had set you up. And that was never what I did. It was never my intention to make you feel that way. When I had you on screen that night, I had 2 or 3 of you on screen, and you were one of them. And I gave my opinion on the Evermore album.
Yeah.
I never meant to hurt you or make you feel like I was setting you up or embarrass you or anything. I was honestly just giving you my opinion. I knew you'd be shocked. I was shocked because that's the only album that Taylor had released up to that point that I had not liked.
Yeah, so that's why
I was just giving you my honest opinion. I'm sorry, give me just a second.
Yeah.
I was just giving you my honest opinion. I didn't mean to make you feel like I was setting you up. And I am so sorry that you felt that way.
Yeah, well, I actually truly appreciate that, Trish, because I think what really shocked me was, because I knew you'd probably also want Robert and Wild Bill on screen too, because you know how they feel about Taylor. So if it's definitely big news if Taylor released something that you don't care for, So, but at the time, I guess in part of my mind, I guess I did feel like kind of like personally attacked. By that moment. So at that moment. So that's what really kind of I guess surprised me. Not to mention, at that time I was still kind of hoping that we would have done something to celebrate the release of Evermore in some way. I don't know, to at least talk about it in the stream or something. But yeah, but I was like, Trisha's been awfully quiet. She's not even really talking about this album. But then that stream happened, and it kind of caught me off guard. But I thought maybe you were just having a lot of things on your plate at that time. But I had no idea that Taylor had released something. You listened to it, and you're just like, not her best, something like.
Yeah, well, there is still a chance that I'll go back and listen to it again. Honestly, I don't think I've listened to it, but maybe twice since she released it. But my mood and my manner was in such a bad place at the time. Honestly, my mood affects how I feel about music.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else is like that, but if I hear something, I'll give you an example. Garth Brooks released a song, and I can't remember what it's called. I know Robert and Wild Bill really liked it, or at least somewhat liked it, and was even of the opinion that it sounds like something George Strait would have cut. It was
Yeah.
a cowboy song, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And honestly, I was in such a bad place the first time I heard that song. And there's
Yeah.
probably footage of this somewhere. I was like, that is the stupidest song. I hate that song. I can't stand that song. Oh my God, I can't believe he even did that song. It's one of the worst things he's ever done. Honest to God, I went back when I was in a better mood and I re-listened to that song and I was like, damn, that is actually good. That actually does sound like something George Strait would have cut. So see, my mood actually affects what my opinion is of music.
Yeah. So yeah, I was wondering if you were actually in a bad mood. That I mean, maybe Taylor picked the wrong time to release an album, even though it was technically, even though she was releasing it technically just in time for her birthday. I think it was like her 31st birthday. So she wanted to celebrate because 31 is 13 backwards, and 13's a lucky number. So there was a reason Taylor was releasing that weekend. But I mean,
I don't remember that.
But yeah, I just remember it clearly because I was like so caught off guard. But I think it was also the way you said it. Why I felt set up is because you did this moment of silence before you said it. Then you kind of like straight in the camera and say, "I hate Evermore," or something, or you may have emphasized something like, "I fucking hate Evermore."
I'm pretty sure.
And
I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh yeah. You actually mentioned, I fucking hate Taylor's new album, Evermore. Like you literally said something like that. I think that's what caught me off guard. Even I was like, what the hell did she just say? Like, I got to process this. I'll be honest with you, not to bring up like traumatic shit,
No,
but
okay,
I kind of felt. It reminded me of how Taylor must have felt when Kanye West stole her moment at the VMAs back in 2009. That's literally how I felt oh my God, Trish is like stealing my thunder right now. I mean, that's kind of how I felt because I was like, oh my God, this is the best album ever. And then I fucking hate Evermore. I think that's what caught me off guard. So it was just, I guess, the bad timing or the difference in our opinions. But that's the thing with friendship. I mean, you can't expect us all to like the same shit.
Right. And I remember there was at least a couple of songs on that album I did like. And yes, Robert, that might actually be it. Cowboys and Friends. I think that might be it.
Oh, yeah. So.
But, oh, God, hang on just a second. There's something else I wanted to cover. Now, listen, guys, to anybody that sees this later, if you have questions, if you need me to clarify something, please contact me. Put it in the comments of the video because it'll be a video later. Anybody in the comments now, Country, Robert, any questions at all, anything you need me to clarify, ask me, tell me, and I will do my best. And yes, I will be completely, totally honest. And guys, I don't consider myself a queen. Okay, somebody started calling me that because my name on here is Ice Pets Queen. That was a stupid name I came up with when I started my channel because it had to do with a game I was playing called Ice Pets. And I couldn't use the name Ice Pets because the company, Ice Pets Company, game company, whatever, used that name. So it's copyrighted and I couldn't use it. So I just put, okay, I play it all the time. I'm like the queen of the game, although I sucked at it. So it was kind of sarcastic. I just put Ice Pets Queen. The stream queen thing, yeah. I never intended or even expected anybody to call me queen or the queen or a queen. Okay, so if that in any way makes you or made you in the past feel uncomfortable, I'm sorry. You don't have to call me that. You can just call me Trish. We're family, so that's what we usually do is call each other by our names anyway. Yeah. And Robert's damn good, I'll tell you what. I saw him during those streams doing research real quick, just typing stuff up on his computer, looking for stuff. And I heard him say, I'm looking for her name when she first created her channel. It didn't used to be Ice Pets Queen. Okay. Yes, it's always been Ice Pets Queen. I promise you it has. The Sissy Tape Productions thing, I don't know if you even remember this, but it was in one of the streams. You were looking up, because it pops up in the corner of my screen in some of my videos. It says CTP, Sissy Tape Productions. And when I used to have an intro on my videos, that's what it said, was Sissy Tape Productions. That was never the name of my channel. That was a fake name that I came up with for a story that I wrote that was never published. Anyway, moving on. I use that name, Sissy Tape Productions, because I was putting it on something that I made for a friend, and it kind of stuck. It was, I don't know, a CD or something that I made for a friend. That's where the productions part came from. Like it was like a book company or a CD company or something like that. If you look, there's a few of my books. I don't think all of them have it, but a few of my books, it has that little symbol down in the bottom corner on the back. CTP means Sissy Tape Productions. It was never my name on anything.
Isn't that also the name that you went by at one point on Planet Garth?
No, it was down at the bottom of the screen. Like that was the company that created the site, but everybody that knew me knew it was my site. Like it was a name I would use if I wanted something to look professional. Or somewhat professional, or jokingly professional. However you want to look at it. But no, it was just more of a made up. I used the name from a story I wrote, and then I just put Productions on the end of it. And yes, it did say that right down in the bottom of the Garth Brooks site. Sissy Tape Productions, site brought to you by Sissy Tape Productions, or something like that. But no, it was never my name. My name has been from day one on YouTube. My name has always been Ice Pets Queen. Hang on, there was something that came up in one of the videos. The Bob Hats thing.
Oh yeah,
that wasn't me. I swear to God, that wasn't me, guys. It was never me.
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention that we were trying to go back in our head, and we thought, like, I mean, just the timeline of everything, knowing how your summer 2021 went, and then the fall came, and then we had the big fallout. Yeah, it just caught us off guard. That, I'll be honest with you, as bad as it sounds, Trish, there was a point where we were starting to wonder if the fallout.
Planet Garth.
Oh yeah, Planet.
Oh, no, my name on Planet Garth was Sissy.
Okay.
Spelled CISSIE.
Yeah.
Back when Planet Garth was an actual website. No, that wasn't mine. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not that good. Could be, maybe, if I put my mind to it and worked really, really, really hard at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, my name on there was Sissy.
Oh. But yeah, like as I was saying though, since the fallout, one of the things that we were kind of contemplating, just trying to do the math in our head, like the timeline, figuring out the timeline of everything, because we knew that you didn't actually have like the best summer of 2021 with your car trouble and everything that was going on around then, and then the fall of 2021, where leading up to the fall of 2021 was when you discovered YouNow. And then that's when shit started like really starting to hit the fan. That we were wondering there for a bit if what had happened in 2021, like the fallout and everything, if it had actually been premeditated by you. Like you've been planning this shit since like January of 2021. Like back when we were dealing with the Bob Hat situation. That we were even thinking you were the ringleader behind, you know, I mean, not to speak ill of the dead or anything, but we did think that you kind of got Richard involved in, like, you talked him into doing that whole pranking thing back in, back in January 2021. We thought, I mean, we actually did think at one time that you were the ringleader behind that whole situation.
No,
like after the fallout. So I mean, to be honest, we were so relieved when we found out that you weren't, because we actually did end up talking to Richard before he got sick and everything, or before he passed away and everything, like last year as well, because we actually made amends with Richard around the same time we made amends with you last year, Trish. And that's when Richard kind of explained his side of the story and everything. And so when Richard didn't say anything bad about you, like he didn't say that you did this or you planned this, then we were so relieved to find out that you actually weren't that malicious, I guess.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you guys found that out. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
You guys never would have had those in your mind if I hadn't
Yeah.
been acting the way I was acting. If things hadn't went the way they went, you guys never would have had doubts in the first place. That's on me. Okay? Because I was the way I was. I'm not going to make excuses for it. Yes, I know I was a bitch. I didn't mean to be, but I was. And yes, there's multiple reasons for that. But I'm not going to sit here and give you a big list of what and all was going on and what caused it. Because again, that's on me. If I hadn't been the way I was, you guys never would have had a reason to doubt me or have those questions in your mind. And that falls totally on me. So I can't blame you guys completely for the fallout. I mean, like Robert said, we that night we did the peace stream.
Yeah.
I say that because that's what it's called. If you look on YouTube, it's called Peace. We were both sides equally guilty. But yeah, if you want to look back at it, even though we may be equally guilty, if I hadn't been acting the way I was acting, you guys never would have had those doubts in your mind. So, yeah, it starts with me. The blame starts with me. And I'm sorry that I put you guys in that position and that I made you even me. He also claimed you had multiple accounts with different names and had me banned at one point. No, oh my God, no, I was never banned from Planet Garth. From the first, I was always I only ever had that, and I was never banned from Planet Garth. I was until the day.
No, I'm not sexting. I'm literally just texting my friends. But
Robert, do you want to come up here and talk with us?
Oh yeah, Robert, do you?
Because I'm serious, guys. I will answer any questions, any doubts, anything you want to know. Ask me.
Yeah,
and for anybody that sees this later, ask me.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like we got like a lot of. Well, at least, there's probably other questions I could probably think of if I thought really hard, because I remember at the time during the fallout, Trish, that we had so many discussions since then that even leading up to like, let's say 6 months to almost a whole year before we made amends with you and everything, we had so many questions in our heads. Like we were still trying to contemplate, like how did we go from this to that? Because I would look at old screenshots that I'd taken over of some of your old streams, Trish, or even watch old streams that you had done that were like still up, like on Robert's channel, because you had deleted a lot of your stuff on your own channels at the time because you kind of did shut down and everything, but there was still some things up on Robert's channel. And I remember watching back some of the streams, and I was like, I'd watch a stream from like March or April of 2021 and on Robert's channel, and you would say something. And I thought you were so funny. And I even felt bad for even thinking you were funny since we had a fallout.
Oh, God.
Because I was because I guess we had painted you as a villain so much that I started to feel bad because I still missed you, or I still missed this group. I still missed the way we used to have fun and like banter together, like and just joke around together. And now, because ever since that fallout, it did feel like our group did kind of get lesser and lesser. Not to mention, I mean, like I said, we were still dealing with trolls. That it got to the point where even that we didn't even know if we were going to be able to do streams anymore because there was always going to be a troll that would show up and try to ruin the fun.
Yeah. Well, now, Robert, that is a very distinct possibility. Because who saw that coming? Although you guys might have suspected that it was coming. I mean, after you guys made it right with him. Because I remember Robert saying something about he didn't look good the last time y'all saw him on stream and you were worried about him. And go back.
Wait, I did 2 hours.
Everything and watch some old streams.
Watch some of those streams where we would just cut up and talk about anything and everything. But yeah, like, because I would say something, but I mean, Trish, I mean, even though we would always joke about how Elsa, for example, would always have like the witty comments whenever we talk about Taylor. Sometimes you would have witty comments too about just random shit we would say.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, that was actually pretty funny. Like, how do you just came up with that, like at the tip of your tongue? And I was like, damn, like, because we always had it. But I mean, I kind of felt that way about all of us. I mean, there was times when Robert would make me laugh too, just watching the streams, like something he'd say or something Wild Bill would say. Like Wild Bill, for example, is as much of an outlaw and serious tone that Wild Bill can be, especially when he's ranting. Wild Bill does have a bit of a little bit of comedy in him. I'm not gonna lie, especially when he's trying to imitate or impersonate, like, or is somebody like trying like be when he's talking about like, oh, how Garth is probably being like, oh yeah, I'm a dumbass. Just the way he would do his voice like that, and or even when he would do his Beavis and Butthead voices. I was like, wow, Bill can be really hilarious when he wants to.
He really can.
So I was like, damn, like, but it made me miss the laughs that we all used to share together and all the fun times we had. Yeah, Bill could be a comedian for sure. I'm glad even you agree, Robert. As much of a, because Wild Bill, I mean, does don't get me wrong. I mean, you don't want to run into Wild Bill when he's pissed off or in an alley or anything, but because I mean, he can be pretty scary at times or in a very serious tone, like I said. But he could also definitely do stand up. I'm not like some of the things he says and comes up with. I was like, even I've wondered, like, wow, Bill, have you ever thought your calling may be stand-up comedy? or it could be. Like, I mean, but like even he jokes about like the fact that he's like having to do job searching. Like even he would make little like jokes here and there about like, well, if you ever see me on OnlyFans, and you know why.
Oh yeah, I totally agree, Robert.
Yeah, I always told him if his job didn't work out, he should go into comedy.
I'm trying to think if there's more I need to apologize for, and I can't think of what it all is.
But to be honest, since you said that we can always do this again when Wild Bill and Elsa are present, I mean, if you in this end of the stream and you come up with some other things you wanted to ask, you could try to write it down and then just remember to have your notes whenever we do another stream.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh yeah, okay. I was just trying to give you an idea, like saying that this doesn't have to be the only night we talk about this.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I didn't expect it to be this when I went live. I was just, whether anybody showed up or not, I was going to do an apology. Because like I said, watching those streams, it hit me just how much that I had hurt you guys and how uncomfortable I had made you and with different things. And yes, I'm so, so grateful that it turned into not just me apologizing, but us discussing it. And it probably should have been this the first time we done it, or at least the second time we done it, but I don't think any of us knew exactly where to take it when we first started talking again. And maybe there was a little bit of each of us that was afraid to go into these questions because everything was so new. We were just starting to talk again. And we were afraid that, or at least I was, that things would fall apart again. And none of us wants that. At least I don't think none of us wants that. But Alvin, please let me say that night I went off on your stream. I know you remember it. I've heard you talk about it.
Oh, yeah. I remember January 2020.
And actually, wow.
It was I know it was in January. It was either January 2020 or 2021. There's a chance it could have been actually 2021. It may have actually just been months before the fallout.
I completely
I'll say that.
I completely lost it, which at the time I thought was okay because of the situation. But I didn't realize how bad it scared you when you saw me like that. And oh my God, I'm so sorry. Okay, for the record, yes, I have in my past been violent, but only to myself. I've never physically hurt anybody else, but I have hurt myself. I have not done that in many, many years, thank God. But even if you guys were right in front of me and I was so mad I could put my fist through a wall, I would never hurt any of you, not physically hurt any of you. I'm not, at least I don't think I am capable of that. The only person I've ever actually physically hurt was myself. So you guys don't ever have to be afraid of me. Even if you say something that upsets me, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm going to calm down and then talk. Or at least I'm going to do my level best. Even if it hurts my feelings, whatever you guys say, I'm going to deal with it and we're going to talk. It may not be right away, but it will happen. And if you all ever thought my sign out was stupid and aggravating, I'm sorry. I don't have to do that. It just started as a sign out for my videos.
Yeah.
And if Wild Bill and Elsa see this, guys, please listen to me. I do want to do this with you. Wild Bill and Elsa, especially. To anybody that wants to do it, but especially to Wild Bill and Elsa. Because I do want to apologize to you personally. I want to do it while you're here with us. Because I have realized after watching those streams that I do owe both of you an apology. And you will get it.
Aw. But yeah, I'm glad we still had this talk tonight, Trish, because like I said before, I mean, like a year ago or so, I didn't even think a conversation like this was ever going to happen because even me and Robert, Wild Bill, and Elsa have discussed quite a few times in the past that we didn't think that you would ever talk about it, or at least talk about it on this personal of the level, because at the time we didn't even know if you actually, like, I don't know, cared enough to even apologize for something like that happened back then. But like that's why I was apologizing for what I've said and done, because when you mentioned like earlier on the stream that you had watched back a lot of the old streams, especially the Halloween stream, I was like, oh shit. Like Trish knows that I was like really like talking like about you that night, like because Well, but I mean, we actually all wore, but on my own accountability, I do remember sounding pretty harsh about like, oh my, like, because I was like, oh my god, oh, did she really? She said that, she did that. Like, it really like started to like, you could see it in my mood, in my face, and I was getting pissed. And so I can't remember exactly everything I said back then, but yeah, I was like, oh shit, like, sure, I think some of my true colors and feelings came out that night for sure. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
So,
no, I don't blame you guys. I really don't. I mean,
yeah.
you don't have to. This is going to sound weird, but I don't expect you to apologize for anything you said during those streams. You were hurt, and you had every right to say what you said.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize just how badly until I watched back those streams. I had seen a bit of at least one of them, but it happened shortly after the fallout. And it was the one where Caden had told you guys that I had asked him for money. And I think that may have been one of the only ones I had seen, and I didn't even see the full thing. I just saw that part.
Yeah.
Oh my God. $230
Whoa.
a piece? Okay, that's insane.
Damn.
But I'm really glad that I watched those because I didn't know how bad we needed to do this. And like I said, I didn't expect this to turn into this deep of a conversation. Because honestly, when I first went live, I thought, okay, nobody's probably going to show up, but I'm still going to say what I think needs to be said. And that was just me apologizing. But I'm really glad that you guys showed up. So we could do this, which was the last thing I ever expected. And I wasn't trying to ignore the elephant in the room, so to speak. I just didn't know if, well, first I didn't think this would ever happen. I didn't know how badly it needed to be done. And I almost wish you guys had approached me before, but at the same time, I don't think it would have worked like it's working now if I hadn't seen the videos. Because watching those videos gave me an insight that I desperately needed, apparently, to understand just how hurt you guys had been. And how angry you were.
Yeah. Like, so, man, since we're being honest, though, like, I think another thing that was really got to me throughout, like, the whole fallout and things that were trying to, like, slowly starting to make me come back to light. I think another thing I felt kind of, I guess, betrayed, but also offended. I'll go as far as to say that by the fact that some people in a group would say things like that you actually personally didn't believe a lot of the things I would tell you, like about my life, like in the comments, like Elsa or somebody had mentioned that you actually didn't believe that I had actually had an argument with my sister back in 2021, which actually really did happen. I actually have the audio proof of a lot of it, and I think it just I felt offended by it because I was never known as a person in a group that lied a lot or like faked some things, which some people in our group have over the years. I mean, luckily we've moved all past that, but I was never one of the trolls in our group, or never came, like, I guess, got caught as a troll or came out as a troll or anything in our group. And so I was like, I never gave anybody a reason to not believe me. So I think it just took me aback that you actually didn't believe anything that I said back then.
I saw that. I saw that stream where you were told that. And honestly, at that moment, I thought, wait a minute, I don't even remember saying that. So let me put it this way. Yes, I do believe you had a falling out with your sister.
Yeah.
And even though I don't remember actually saying that, I'm not saying I didn't, because it's very possible, because my memory sucks.
Yeah.
but I am so sorry if I ever said, well, I don't remember saying it, but if I did, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Because I do actually believe that you had a fight with your sister. I
Yeah.
do believe you did. And I know that you made up with her, and I'm really glad that
Oh
you
yeah,
did.
yeah, yeah. Because I had made up with her, I think right before the falling out. Actually, that's why it actually caught me off guard, like the timing of everything. Because I had a falling out with my sister. It lasted like a month or two. I would say a month and a half. It lasted, and then my sister and I kind of got brought together because there was a death in the family, and we actually went to a funeral, and we kind of made up through that. Which I mean, horrible circumstance, but I mean, I'm glad that me and my sister it kind of brought us back together, and luckily we've had it. Our bond hasn't been stronger since. So, or it's gotten stronger over like since like we haven't had anything close to what happened back in 2021. So our bond's just is still going strong, and now I'm
See,
talking to
that's
my
fantastic.
now I'm talking to my sister almost every day, which I even pointed out to my sister recently on a recent outing with her that do you realize that we talk a lot more often now than we did like a year or two ago? And because I mean, she's
Wow.
like giving me updates like I'm
And
almost every
Robert,
day now. So
it's okay, Robert.
yeah,
You don't have to apologize. Honestly, you don't, because you were hurt. And I don't think I realized just how hurt until I watched those streams and saw you say, I can look back and laugh now, but in seeing it, it made me realize. So that's actually a good thing. Okay.
yeah.
But when I saw you say, fuck Trish, I knew.
Ooh.
I knew in that moment how hurt you were. And I'm sorry. Like I said, it was never my intention to hurt anybody. There's a
Yeah,
part of me that there's a honest to God, a part of me that
yeah,
truly wishes I had never found you now. Because as much as people thought that it was all about the numbers and all about the money, it never was. Yes, it was a little bit about the money over on you now because I thought I had found a way to make a little bit to help support myself, but it was never all about the money. Part of my going over there uh, was about making a little bit of money, but part of it was because, ooh, I can play music and not get in trouble. Okay, because if you play music on YouTube, you're in trouble. Hey, Landon.
oh yeah. Hey, Lana.
So part of it was about the music for me, but I went too deep into the music part because then that was all I wanted to do was play music.
Oh
And
yeah,
Robert was right when he said a minute ago it's much more personal and interactive when I'm here on YouTube. It never was like that over on YouNow.
yeah,
Once I went over there, we stopped doing this, and we stopped doing this because of me.
yeah.
And that was not my intention. That was never my intention. And I'm sorry if I made you guys ever feel like, for me, it was all about the money or all about the numbers. Because honestly, for me, it was never about the numbers except for one time. And that was several years back when YouTube, and I know you guys will remember this, YouTube changed their rules on how many subscribers you had to have and how many watch hours you had to have in order to be a, what is it called, a partner?
Yeah.
And I didn't have enough. So I did the one thing I didn't think I would ever do. I started asking people to subscribe. I never did that because it wasn't about the numbers for me. It wasn't about being a partner, especially once I started live streaming. There was that one moment in time where I wanted more subscribers so that I could stay a partner. But even when I was a partner, it wasn't about the money because it didn't make that much, even when I did make a little bit. I'm sorry that I ever made any of you feel like that that's what it was about for me, because it wasn't. I'm not doing this right now for the numbers or the money, because I'm not monetized and I'm not making money. And the only reason that there are ads on my videos is because I'm guessing is because I have over 1,000 subscribers. But hell, I never expected to reach 1,000, to be perfectly honest, because all I was doing when my numbers jumped like that was putting up cat videos. And I wasn't doing that for numbers. I was doing that because I like watching the cats. They relax me. Okay. That's a good thing for me. But it was watching those streams that you guys did now. It made me realize just how much I had made you guys feel like, well, it's just all about the numbers for her. We're nothing but numbers to her. You were never just numbers to me. Ever. We got close, which is probably why it hurt so much when everything fell apart. You guys were friends and you guys became family. It started out as, oh, these are fans that watch my channel. But then when I started live streaming and you guys started coming in and hanging out with me, we became way more than just YouTuber and fan. We became friends. We got to know each other, and then we became family. That is what it was about for me. Do you still have cats? I don't have cats. My son has cats.
Yeah.
He has 3, by the way. My mistake was going to YouNow. Well, that was one of my many mistakes, but going to YouNow totally messed everything up for me. With everything that was already going on, going to YouNow was the last thing I ever should have done.
Yeah.
Because that made matters between us 1,000 times worse.
Yeah.
I don't stream on YouNow, and I haven't for, well, I stopped streaming on YouNow shortly after the fallout.
Oh yeah, because I think I mentioned this.
I still have.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say, I think I mentioned this in one of the previous streams, Trish, but I actually, this was like several months after the falling out. So I would say this would put the timeline around maybe like April, May 2022. I do remember actually going to YouNow and going to one of Crystal Bell's streams and asking if she heard from you, because we didn't know if you were still going on YouNow and still talking to anyone on there or watching anybody. And even Crystal Bell said she hadn't actually heard from you in a while. To that point, she said it probably been like almost a month since she had last seen you pop in for anything. So
yeah,
so yeah, she didn't know.
Yeah, you're right, because she didn't know, because I hadn't been on there. I hadn't even been watching her streams. And reached out to me on Twitter, I think it was, at one point, and asked me if I was okay, because she said people had been asking about me. I'm guessing that was you guys.
Oh yeah, because I know I popped in. I'm not sure I don't know if Robert or anybody else popped in, but I know I decided to take the chance because I still had like YouNow on my phone, so I just decided to go in. I saw Crystal Bell's live. I'm gonna see if she's heard from Trish, because I mean, but I love
that app on my phone.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because
but I do still have an account over there, and I will pop over there every great once in a while.
Yeah.
And see if streaming, but
most streamers on YouNow seem so.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
They really do.
I was wondering when you were on YouNow, Trish, because I know you kind of. I mean, like you like to go into like Crystal Bell streams, for example. But
Mhm.
I was like, I mean, she did seem like the only person you really watched on there. So I was like, I
Yeah.
mean, do you even watch any other like streamers in there? Because it's like Crystal Bell's like the only one you was like, you know what, she's kind of cool. But everybody else kind of sucks, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I liked her because she was sweet and friendly and down to earth. I mean, she's in her what, mid to late 30s. I know she's got like
Yeah,
3 girls. I know she's told me her age, but I can't remember what it is. Anyway, she looks a
yeah.
hell of a lot younger than what she is. Um,
Well,
but
that's actually
even
the thing. Even we thought she was like in her 20s or something. Like, so.
yeah, I saw those comments that were made in there, or heard those comments about how young she was.
Oh yeah,
And
because yeah, like so
yeah,
as bad as it sounds, so that's why I was like, sorry if you were taken back at some of the jokes that
no, it's
we
okay.
made at your expense with Crystal Bell because we
That's
did kind
okay.
we did kind of think you had some kind of infatuation with her that
Well,
seemed
I've always
kind
thought
of
that,
unnatural, I guess.
yeah, I've always thought that she was cute, but
Yeah,
she is way too young for me, by the way. Um,
yeah,
I
so
mean, I'm like 52 now, so I wouldn't even
yeah,
consider somebody that young. Um, I just honestly, I wish I had never gone over there because of how things ended up. Which,
yeah.
even if I hadn't gone over there, things may have eventually built and built and built because I was burnt out and I was under too much stress. So
But that's
it
the
may
thing.
have eventually happened anyway.
Yeah, I
But
mean, it did seem inevitable, if that makes
yeah,
sense.
I think Wild Bill was right. Uh, I was burnt out and didn't want to admit it to myself.
Yeah, and
And I took on too much and I didn't want to give anything up and I wanted to keep going even though I was exhausted and I was burnt out and that was not helping the situation. So it was my fault. I know everybody was equally guilty, but
yeah,
it started with me. Okay? It was my responsibility to take care of me so that things like that didn't happen.
yeah, like
But I refused to give up. I refused to walk away from anything, and I pushed
yeah,
myself too far.
yeah. Well, it's the same thing when we were sketching like all those album reviews back then. Even I was thinking about it, like why I was out of my mind because I knew you had a lot of things like all those YouTube channels, all the podcasts you were doing.
Yeah.
And then I was like trying to like, oh, doing this and that. But the only thing I really had going on in my life at that time, like 2019 ish, was basically going to your stream every night because you were streaming like every day back then, and hanging out with my sister whenever she would come over, and she was dealing with a breakup or breaking up with a toxic ex at the time, and so I was doing
Remember that
so,
one?
and yeah, I was still living with my sister at the time. I was actually for a little bit there as well. So the only besides that, the only other thing I really had going on was planning these album reviews with you, Trish. And so I was like trying to do a lot of that work for you, but you still had to put in your own work for like taking notes and your own opinions on certain songs. So I had no idea that it was taking so much of a toll on you that you literally messaged me one day like October 20 or 2019 and telling me that you think you have to completely cut down like the whole like album review thing because you came close to having a heart attack because it literally pushed you to the point where you actually thought you were going
Yeah.
to end up in the hospital or something. So I don't know exactly what happened. So I don't know
Yeah.
if you were preparing for an album review at that moment, but something happened that you were like, okay, I'm taking on way too much. Like it started to click. Like, okay, I've got to cut
Yeah.
something off. Something about my schedule right now is
Yeah.
not working
Well,
for my body, pretty
yeah.
much.
It wasn't just the album reviews. And honestly, think about it. That's my own
Yeah,
fault. I could have
yeah,
said no. I could have said no. I
yeah,
just didn't. So that again is on me because honestly, I enjoy music. But I could have said no because I knew I was taking on too much. And I just pushed myself too far. That's
Yeah.
not you, that's me. Okay? You don't ever have to apologize for that. Because if I had said, no, I can't do it, I'm sure you would have understood. And yes, for the record, my heart problem is real.
Yeah.
I can show you the heart medicine I take if you want me to.
Yeah.
Yes, my car was really broke down. And yes, my son's house is real. Okay.
Oh yeah. So yeah. At least you're clearing that up, Trish, because
Yes.
apparently, see, I think when things happen to you in life, where there's like a falling out with a friend or a family member or whoever, someone you were like close to and had a personal, like a strong personal bond with, and then
Mhm.
you have a falling out with that person, and all this stuff is like coming to light. Everybody's like talking shit about you, Trish, and let's be honest, there was a lot of people that was like throwing a lot of dirt on your name at the time that we started to wonder like has our whole life for the last 5 years been a lie? Like has everything been a big lie? So that's why we were trying to go back. Yeah, that's why we yeah. But yeah, that's
Is
why
that
we were
peanut
trying
butter?
to go back in our minds. So what? Oh, you're talking to the
Um,
cat.
yeah, no, Landon was asking me if that was peanut butter. No, that's Tails.
Oh, hotels, yeah, yeah.
He's orange and white. Peanut butter is solid orange. Um,
Hmm. But
as weird as this
but
is
yeah,
gonna
that's why
sound,
yeah, that's why we thought 2017, like everything went back to 2017. Like maybe you had been plotting all this from the beginning.
no, I wish
Like,
my mind was that good. I mean, I wish I was that capable, but no, I'm really not. I'm
yeah,
lucky if I can remember what I had for breakfast, let alone
yeah.
line out
So
big, long, drawn out.
like
No.
like even I started to think like I think we're giving Trish way too much credit on this because if
Exactly.
she
Yes.
if she really had this so premeditated to way back when, then I mean you should actually like be in movies, Trish. Like you're like the world's greatest actress.
If I was that good,
Yeah,
I could write the world's best novel, okay?
yeah, the
Because
world.
it would have twists and turns you would never expect and never see coming. Oh my God. I'm
Oh yeah,
flattered.
yeah,
I'm
even your
flattered that you guys went there. But no.
yeah, thinking that like yeah, because I mean we were just wondering like because we didn't know how far back it went, but I think the two things that played the main factor in it was the fact that you had quit smoking and were having like certain withdrawals from that because you were starting to get angrier about little things that normally wouldn't bother you so bad were bothering you now.
Yes.
Like, and it was getting to the point of ridiculousness. So yeah, I was wondering
Yes.
if looking back now, if you even know you weren't in the right state of mind back in like 2021.
Looking back now, yes, I do realize that. In that moment, I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Looking back now, I realize it.
Oh yeah, because you've been like you kind of I guess grown since then.
Yes.
Not to mention you're kind of calmer now because I mean you are kind of
Yes.
like smoking again, so you're not
Yes.
having like the same withdrawal symptoms or whatever was going on with you back then.
Yep.
But yeah, even I noticed it because I was like, has Trish been seeming angrier all of a sudden or more upset? Like you were getting upset more often than like I said in one of the previous streams that we were talking about this. You even snapped at me a couple of times, and I was
I did.
like, but I was literally just being myself. I'm like I haven't changed at all since I've known you. So I was like, why am I starting to bother you now? Because, like for example, I'm not sure. I mean, since you watch so many streams, there's a chance that this got brought up once or twice. But I would always mention this about the time that you kind of snapped, or not really snapped. It was more of I guess a kind of a comment that kind of sounded kind of insulting. I guess it was one time when I messaged you and you looked at your phone like, "Oh God, he wrote a book," and you like rolled your eyes or something, and I was like, oh shit, well, I guess I shouldn't write you long messages anymore. Like, so even I'm scared when I'm talking to you, Trish, it's like, I need to keep this message as short as possible. Even if I'm
Oh my God.
excited about talking about something, like when
I'm
Taylor
so
released her,
sorry.
when Taylor released her last song, I was like, how am I going to word this right so Trish isn't going to find some flaw in or some problem in my message?
I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna blame it all on one thing. Like I said, there were
yeah,
multiple things, but
yeah,
you guys didn't deserve to be treated
yeah,
that way.
yeah.
And
So
I
I
am
just,
sorry.
yeah, so I wanted to be honest with you now, Trish, that like, so I'm just letting you know that I've been kind of worried or I guess nervous to message you sometimes because I'm scared of like what your response back is going to
Don't
be.
be.
So that's basically the clarification I want to know is like, should I be scared to even
No,
message you about anything, like no matter what it
just
is? Like,
be yourself. Just
okay,
be yourself.
because then I feel a lot better knowing that if Taylor or whoever that we both like announces something or releases something, that I can still share that news with you, and you're not going to get mad at me for it. Do you
No,
blame it all on
I'm
your
not.
roots, Trish?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I'll be honest with
um,
you. I was
no, but
really,
see,
yeah, yeah,
this is so good, and I think it's good for
yeah,
everybody here. Not
yeah,
just you and me, but everybody here. And
yeah,
this is what I want.
yeah.
This is what I want. I want you guys to ask me. I want you guys to tell me if I did something. Let me rephrase that. I want you guys to tell me what I did. This is not a question of if I did something that hurt or upset you. It's what did I do that you need answers for that hurt you.
Hmm.
And yes, I will admit openly and honestly, going to you now was a huge
Yeah,
mistake.
yeah. Like, I mean, but yeah, I was like, if you watched like all the streams, that was I would say if there was one main factor for what led to the fallout, it was probably you now. Like, even we were blaming it mostly on you now. I mean, because we wouldn't try. I mean, we wouldn't like personally try to like blame it on I guess you quitting smoking because I mean that was probably going to be good for your health in the long run. It's just you were
Right.
going through some things, but at the same time sometimes when people smoke for so long, I mean, it really is hard to quit. That's when,
Yeah, 32 years of smoking and then you try to quit.
yeah.
Oh my God.
But like, so even this is probably gonna shock you, Trish, because I remember mentioning this, I think to Elsa at least once or twice since Fallout.
Mhm.
But because I noticed how mean or I guess aggravated and angry that you were getting since you quit smoking,
Mhm.
which led to the fallout and everything, or which was getting close to like being one of the main factors that led to the fallout or to the inevitable fallout
Mhm.
was I think I did mention to Elsa that you know what I'm going to be perfectly honest and say I think I liked her better when she smoked like about you. And the
I
reason,
swear to God, I think you said that on one of the streams.
and you want to know something funny, Trish? You know where I got that quote? That's actually a quote from a movie. It's from the Disney movie Hose. Sigourney Weaver's character says that, like, I liked you better when you
Wait.
smoked.
It froze. Didn't hear
Oh,
what you
what?
said. From what movie?
Oh, the movie Hose, the Disney movie Hose.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sigourney Weaver's character said that. Like
Ah.
in the movie, she said, "I liked you better when you smoked." So that's where I got it from, and I was honestly thinking like I actually want to say that to Trish. I liked you better
Yes.
when you smoked, even
Honestly,
though
when
that
you said,
even though there's been people in our group like Cindy or whoever that will always point out like you need to like put down those candlesticks or whatever like
yeah.
what they would say. So, but yeah, I'm fine being friends with smokers. I'm just not gonna be a smoker myself because I
Yeah.
mean and not to mention, I've actually been told from actual smokers to don't start smoking because
Oh,
then it's hard to, it's almost impossible to
oh
quit.
yeah. I agree
Uh,
with that. I agree with that. Well, you saw what I turned into. But now that wasn't
Yeah,
just the smoking, okay? That wasn't just me quitting smoking.
yeah,
That was a humongous combination of different things.
Yeah, and you only smoke when
You
you drink,
drink,
right?
right?
Trish?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I love that. I
Um,
love that reference. Joe Nichols.
okay,
Yeah.
hang
Only
on. Let
smokes
me
when she
answer, Country
drinks.
Fan. Country Fan, I saw your question. It was, how come you named the cat? The cats are named like they are because my son named them. The black and white one that you see constantly is Luigi after Mario and Luigi, the video game. What is it called? Super Mario Brothers?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
Super Mario Brothers.
yeah from that. Yeah, and peanut butter is called peanut butter because of his color, because he is almost the color of peanut butter candy or just a big jar of peanut butter. Uh, and Tails is named Tails after the. If y'all ever played Sonic, the video
Sonic.
game,
That's what I thought his name was after Sonic. Sonic the
yes,
Hedgehog. He tells his best friend
it's
because
me, Mario. Yes,
yeah
and
because
yes, you're right. It's Tails, the character that follows or
the
works with or
fox.
whatever it is.
The
Sonic, yeah,
fox. Yeah,
Tails. That's
it's a the two-tailed fox from the Sonic games.
yeah.
The reason why I didn't know
But
that is
yeah, he names them.
was because of the games and the new Sonic the Hedgehog movies that have been coming out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So this one, when you mentioned Tails, I was like, I was going to ask you about that. How did your son come up with his name? Because I was like, is that a video game reference? That's literally what my mind was, because it just sounded like flashback. The one episode of Rosa and Jackie says, "Damn all to hell."
Oh my god, I completely forgot about that.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Um,
I love all the reference. See, this is the kind of streams I miss. I miss when we would make all these like references
yes.
and we joke with each other about things.
I
This is
was
what.
actually starting to wonder if
Yeah.
Wild Bill had an issue with me, but it could be that. I'll ask him when we do this again, or maybe I'll ask him privately. I know he's going through a lot right now, and oh my God, Wild Bill, I'm so sorry about the puppy. I know it was probably full grown, but all animals are babies to me. I can't help it. But I saw the comment he made, and I did say I'm so sorry in the group. But he was leaving the streams so early. And I don't know, maybe I took it the wrong way, but I was so afraid that I had done something or said something that had bothered him. But he's the kind of guy that I think he would have just told me outright, hey, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Um,
It's that time of night again, Trish.
yeah, it is. But I was starting to worry about it. But maybe it was this, and I should just ask him, and I will. If this was just what we needed to do, because honestly, I think it is. Because I think this is going really well, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. You're not going to offend me. Was that Whitney? Yes, that's my alarm to take my heart medicine. Y'all can see I'm taking my heart medicine. And my bipolar medicine is in there too, okay? My bipolar medicine is in there.
Yeah. Robert said, that's nothing to do with you. It's because he was working like a damn dog and wanted to be nice and pop in for a little while.
No, I don't mean back then, Robert. I knew that was what it was back then. I meant now, since we've all started talking again. But then again, he's probably busy looking for a job.
Well, yeah, that's basically
so I wasn't offended. I didn't take it personal. I was just afraid I had hurt him.
Yeah. So that's why Wild Bill's not even really making plans lately, or like anything we do, because I mean, like, even I don't even know when he's going to do a stream again. Like, he even mentioned, I think, in one of the last streams that we did, where that he actually popped in that he doesn't even know when he's going to do another stream. So, because I mean, like, I just, yeah.
This is wonderful. To me, it's wonderful that we can actually openly discuss this stuff. And Landon, if you don't know, I think you were the one that came in later after the stream had already started and we had all started talking. I was apologizing for the way I had been back then and how I had hurt you guys. And if there is anything, and I mean anything, that I did or said that hurt you, I am sorry. And if you have any questions about anything that was said or anything that was done by me that you need clarification for, that you need answers for, please ask me. If you don't want to do it on here, it's fine. You can always message me on Facebook and we can do it privately. Hang on. I just want to make sure that I answer everybody's questions.
Yeah. Like I'm glad you. Oh yeah.
Goes to bed around 8:30. He said wasn't going to stream or be in a stream for a while, so maybe that has something to do with it. Okay.
Oh yeah, that is true. I know Rob will sometimes just go to bed early and everything. But yeah, I'm glad that you're taking like any and all questions, like about the whole situation.
Well, listen,
Because I think that's one reason we haven't really said anything since. Because I guess we were scared we were going to mention something from back when or something. It's not relevant now, but it's going to set you off again, and we don't want to end up in a Fallout 2021 2.0 or something.
Yeah. Like that. No, it's not going to upset me. It's not going to offend me. Yeah. I am seriously taking accountability because I didn't realize how bad things really, really were for you guys. And when I started asking questions the other night, you remember, Alvin, not the last time when it was just me and you, but the time before that when we were all hanging out in in a hangout.
Yeah. Yeah, there are times he would go to bed and leave me, Alvin, and Elsa chatting with each other. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gone to bed. Like he's actually gone to bed before we. I mean, but we weren't ready to end the stream or something. So we just still chatting.
This is probably going to shock you guys.
Yeah.
But I am going to admit something, and it took me this long to get there. Okay, but I finally got there.
Okay.
When I look back at the situation with Cindy, that first situation.
Oh, the 2019, you mean?
I think it was 2019. When when she originally left the group.
Yeah.
When me and her had that falling out.
Yeah.
I overreacted. And I meant seriously. I didn't realize until I looked back and I heard Wild Bill say it, and I saw during those streams that you did after the fallout, when that subject came up, I saw how many of you guys said to her, Trish overreacted. And yes, there was fault on both parts. But, and I know Wild Bill was the one that said Trish never should have done that stream about being sorry that we didn't get a stream that night.
Oh.
And how it was one stream, and I know more than one of you said this, it was one stream. We can go one night without a stream. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
You guys were right.
I mean, because, like,
yeah. No, it wasn't that big of a deal, and I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just let it go. I didn't mean for it to turn into a big blow up. I didn't need to apologize.
Should have talked it out, I think, anyway. Well, that's the thing. I mean, because you did that one stream, and then Cindy did.
Yeah, you're right, Robert. You are. Yeah, you were all right when you said that.
Yeah.
To her in those streams you were doing with her. You were right. I overreacted, and then she overreacted to my overreaction, and things just blew up when we should have just sat down and talked it out. It was partially my fault because if I had handled it correctly, if I had a problem with what happened, I should have gone to her privately and talked to her. I should have, and I didn't, and that's on me.
Yeah.
I overreacted by thinking it was a bigger deal than it was that you guys didn't get a stream that one night. Instead of doing a stream and saying, I'm sorry you guys didn't get a stream that night, I should have just gone to her and talked to her about it. I wasn't trying to put her down. And if you go back and watch that stream, what was said during that stream was me apologizing. And you know what? Let's just say I overreacted and it caused a blow up. And that's on me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you guys were right. I overreacted.
Yeah, like, I mean, but yeah, I'll be honest with you, ever since, like, that time period, even me and Elsa have discussed privately how we felt that's just the whole fallout of 2019 could have been easily prevented if both
Yeah.
parties involved did just handle it privately. Because, I mean, they say when, like, to really work out something, you should do it privately, because when you bring it out into the open, like publicly, it actually can easily make a mountain out of a molehill, and then everything
Yeah.
explodes. And, like, it can blow up in your face pretty much. Like, you think you're handling one thing, but in another, you're just causing another problem for yourself, because the other person may actually get offended
Yeah.
that, oh, you're bringing this to the public now.
That's
like,
right.
like telling the whole world. So yeah, I can understand where you're getting at.
And
But-
that's
but
exactly,
yeah.
that's exactly what, I'm sorry, Evan, I didn't mean to talk over you. I was agreeing with you. That's exactly
Yeah.
what happened. To a T, that is exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's just thinking about it now, like, I mean, because to us, I mean, especially to most of the group and everything, is, I mean, it doesn't seem relevant anymore, but, I mean, like I said, sometimes it gets randomly brought up, and we're like, can we just leave the past in the past, please? But
Yeah.
but I'm glad you kind of, I guess, take accountability for that time period too, Trish. So maybe we can finally put to rest what happened in 2019, because we've been trying to put that to rest for the last like 4 years,
And I'm
it's
sorry.
still like gets randomly
I'm sorry
brought up.
that I'm sorry that it took me so long to get there.
Yeah.
I wish I had realized it before.
Yeah.
But I guess there was just something about seeing you guys in those streams after the fallout discuss that something finally clicked in me, and I realized, oh my God, they're right. There was no point in me doing a stream. It was just one night without a stream, and nobody had a problem with it. But me doing a stream about it caused the blow up back then.
Yeah.
And that's on me. And I'm sorry that happened. And I don't know if she will ever see this, but Cindy, yes, it was on me. And I was in the wrong. I just didn't realize it at the time. And I'm sorry. Whether you accept that or not is up to you. I never meant for it to blow up like it did. And I'm sorry that it took me so long to realize what a stupid mistake I had made. I don't know. I don't regret, and I don't want you guys to regret the streams that you did and what you said. Because me going back now and rewatching or watching those streams, because I have rewatched them multiple times now.
Oh yeah. I was wondering,
because some of them are like, wait, didn't they say? Hang on, let me go back to that one. Okay, they did say, and they're right. Okay, me watching those is what caused this conversation tonight.
Yeah. So Cindy not been in the group. Sorry, I've been so out of the loop lately.
She was when I first came back. I don't know if she still is. As far as I know, she is.
I think she's still in the group. I just don't think she's as active as a lot of the rest of it. Like, I don't even know what's going on in Cindy's life at the moment. So
yeah, well, she may just be busy.
Yeah. So that's the thing. She may actually just be really busy because even she hasn't. Because I mean, she used to randomly just reach out in the group chat saying she's thinking about doing a stream and stuff. But yeah, she hasn't really been very active. I would say in the group. I don't even know if she still reads like new posts and comments
Yeah.
that are made in the group at least every day. I mean, if she does, it's like once every few days, I would say. But yeah, she probably is just has a lot on her own plate at the moment too.
I'm not sorry that we didn't discuss things like this the first night we got back together. But I am really, really glad that it's happening now, because this is what I want. This is what we all need,
Yeah,
is to sit down and discuss and not argue and not fight and not blow up. Just tell me.
yeah,
I will answer any questions.
yeah.
And
But yeah,
I will try my best to explain anything you guys have a problem with about something I did or something I said.
that's the reason why I wanted to bring up some of my own issues that I had with you, Trish. Like,
Yeah.
I
And I'm
mean,
glad that you did.
yeah, like the times that you made me feel, I guess, unappreciated or unaccepted, I guess, because like I said, in 2021, even I noticed there was some behavior change in you because I was like, Trish didn't treat me like this before, so why is she like snapping at me now? Like, what did I do? Oh yeah, I only see here look at the group chat every once in a blue moon.
Oh, yes, there is something else. My singing. Guys, I know I don't have a fantastic voice, especially since I smoke again.
Oh my god.
But please, please, please let me say I'm sorry for my singing that has gone on over the years during our live streams. I
Yeah.
didn't realize just how bad you guys hated it.
Yeah, like I'll be honest with you, out of all of us, I think I was the only one that I guess would use the word tolerate. Maybe I like tolerated it more, but I know everybody else was probably. But I think the reason I was kind of liking it because I mean I kind of did like the banter that we used to have with each other. And you know how like Robert and Wild Bill and Elsa don't like Taylor, so I always thought it was so funny when you would start singing Tim McGraw to them. And I was like, do it, do it, do it, Trish. Like Robert would usually say to Wild Bill about wanting to rant, like, do it, do it, do it. And that was just me towards you. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I played some fault in that because I kind of encouraged you to do it, but yeah,
I always thought when I started singing the Tim McGraw song by Taylor Swift,
yeah,
I would see Robert do this.
yeah.
And I always thought it was because of it was a Taylor Swift song.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to realize that may not have been the only reason he was doing it.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, so do you think it was also because of your voice in a way?
Yeah.
Because I mean, yeah.
Because I'm not the greatest singer in the world. Yes.
But for some reason, I guess I'm more of a nice guy or something because I just felt like I didn't have the guts to just tell someone they suck at singing. Not saying I actually thought that or anything. I just was just kind of going along with it because even I sometimes like to try to sing it, and I've been told that I don't have the best voice either. So
it's just a thing because music has always been such a huge thing for me. Mute. No.
Yeah, mute. No, it was because
it was Taylor. Hell, I don't mind singing myself.
Oh yeah, but that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, Trish, because sometimes you would sing other songs, or at least parts of other songs, like when you were singing that Cry Wolf song back in the day, or even some of your own songs that you had wrote. Like I mean, like the Hootad songs you would come up with like to the melody of like a song like Tim McGraw or that song When I Think About Angels by Jamie O'Neill.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was I don't know why I feel so confused right now, but yeah, there's just so many songs that you would sing, and I feel like Robert would sometimes encourage certain songs. Like not saying he would not saying he would encourage, like personally encourage, but I know he would sometimes say things to you that would be like that was great, Trish, or something like that, or
Oh yeah.
or here she goes, you know you want to do it. Even Elsa, I think, would sometimes encourage you to say singing certain things, but I know it was that Tim McGraw song that really annoyed the heck out of Robert
Yeah.
and Elsa. Like though, like so I don't know. Maybe it was the fact you were singing Taylor, because even Elsa would say mute, mute, mute in the comments,
Yeah.
just like Robert says it.
What made me remember that, and thank you, Robert, it was on
Yeah.
you that made me remember that. It was because when he put "Every Once in a Blue Moon" all in capital letters, and that song popped in my head by Earl Thomas Conley,
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Sometimes
"Once in
random
a Blue
songs would
Moon."
pop. Sometimes song like, oh yeah, when you used to even sing that song, "Every Light in the House Is Blown" by Trace
Yeah.
Adkins. Sometimes you would bring up that song. Or yeah, every light in the house is on. Yeah, that was it, because I remember also Cletus T. Judd did the parody of "Every Light in the House Is Blown," but yeah, you would sing that song like the original by Trace Adkins.
Every light in the house
And
is on.
oh yeah, "Every Light in the House Is On." Yeah, and I remember Robert would sometimes encourage you, like, sing that, like, that's a damn good song right there, or like that's a good choice. But then I think there was other people that was somewhat slightly annoyed, but I mean, I was never one of them. Like I knew that you liked to sing, so I just didn't want to like kill your joy, I guess, or be a buzzkill to you. So yeah, that's what I was going for. LOL. Yeah, but but yeah, even I would randomly mention some like song titles or as a reference, and usually I would know Trish would get it.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm glad that we're all kind of like that. Yeah, that's my favorite Trace Adkins song, by the way. Oh yeah, no
Ah.
wonder Robert always seemed to enjoy it when you would bring that song up, Trish.
Oh,
And
okay.
then sometimes you would actually sing it, which I mean, so I was taking it that maybe Robert actually really does like that
I have
song.
to be I have to be careful when I sing that song, because if I do that, my son will go through the house turning off all the lights.
Wait, really? Every light in the
Yeah.
house is on?
Yeah, because that's how I used to get him to turn off the lights in the house, because he would
Yeah,
go room to room and be doing stuff, but he wouldn't turn the light out when he would leave
yeah,
the room. And we
yeah.
would end up with all the lights on, and I would start singing that song, and he would run through the house turning off all the lights. So I would stop.
Okay, that's clever. That's actually clever. One of Faye.
Garth must be busy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Garth must be. Oh yeah, I remember when Cletus TJ released that song, but it's kind of crazy thinking back now at that song. Garth must be busy back in 2009, because this was before I even met any of you guys. So at the time, I didn't even know that Garth actually had Hoot Had, or that he was this like I mean, poor businessman, I guess, and had his head up his ass and was always like ripping off his fans, rehashing shit
Oh,
over
that's
and over again.
hilarious there.
Yeah, I didn't know. No, that's hilarious, Trish. Well, I mean, but yeah, that's actually funny, because that's how I used to play with my mom when the song "There Is No Arizona" would come on by Jamie O'Neill, because I would always point out like, but I know there's an Arizona. I've seen it on a map. Because I didn't listen. And I was taking it literally, I guess. Like certain songs, I was like. But I mean, but I do know some people joke about how that's oh yeah. But I know some people joke about how that's how they learn that. Like, I mean, haven't you listened to the Jamie O'Neill song? There was no Arizona. She literally specifically says there was no Arizona. That's how you find out there's no Arizona.
Yeah.
Like it does not exist. Like it's like a
Well,
made up place.
I'm sure there's stuff that you guys talked about that I'm not covering, but
Yeah. Well,
like
I
I
know there was a
said,
lot.
yeah, like I said, if there is anything, please tell me.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize how pressured I made you guys feel about buying my books, or going to YouNow, or even showing up on YouTube.
Yeah,
Um,
they really shouldn't do that to kids with songs, because I really thought as a kid there was no Arizona. LOL. That's
Oh
that's
yeah.
funny. That's funny because that song came out when I was still technically a kid, and then I heard it, and I guess this shows you just how much of a nerd I kind of was. Like I was like always into like science and geography, and so it's like I was really big into the states at that time. So when a song came like that came on, I was like taking it the other way around, like how can't you say this New Arizona? I know it's a real place. Like, but I do understand that there's probably some kids who would hear a song like that and think that's actually the truth.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, that's funny. But yeah, but yeah. I mean, if we can think of anything before then, but yeah, I really don't mind having another stream like this if Wild Bill and Elsa are okay with it if they're ever available for another, like I guess personal talk stream like this one is because
Yeah.
I mean I really enjoyed this even though we're like getting a lot off our chests and stuff because I don't know maybe Elsa. I mean, or even Elsa would probably watch back this stream and be like, wow, I can't believe that she admitted this stuff or said this
Yeah.
shit. Because there was a time me and Elsa didn't even know if you were ever gonna like address anything that happened back then because it seems like it was like such a blur to you, or we thought we were gonna set off certain brain cells in your head and you're just gonna get set off again. Like, oh, how dare you call me a liar, or how dare you call me this or that.
No, I'm not gonna. At least
Yeah.
I don't think I am gonna get upset.
Yeah.
Like I said, until I watched those past streams that you guys had done,
Yeah.
I didn't realize a lot of things. I didn't know how bad it was. I didn't realize how bad I made it.
Yeah.
And I want to answer you guys. I want to know if you have questions, if you have a problem with something I did, something I said, somehow I made you feel, tell me, ask me. I will answer you.
And I'm glad you're being this honest and upfront about all this, Trish. Because I mean, it does actually feel like we're getting somewhere, like we're literally moving forward, like in the future, and we're not like either living in the past or being haunted by the past. If that makes
Yeah.
sense, because we're getting everything out in the open, so then there's no secrets between any of us. Like we kind of know each other more inside out than we did, or we're just getting, or everything that we wondered is finally coming to light. So we kind of understand where some people are coming from because at the time we didn't even know what happened back then, Trish. But I mean, we did feel like something must have snapped in your brain one day. And you're like, you know what? Like you literally just woke up and you're like, you know what? I want to be the shittiest, like the shittiest version of myself I could think of today. Like, like I just want to be the worst person ever today. The worst version of myself. Yeah, hello to whoever was watching being noisy and not commenting.
Okay, let me put it this way. I know Robert, Country Fan, and Landon
Yeah.
are in the comments, and I know you're on screen with me. Alvin, do you happen to have up the stream in the background?
Okay, yeah, I might have. I could get off of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just on another
Okay.
tab, and I hadn't clicked on it in a while, so I don't know if it was still registering that I was
Okay, I don't know
watching
if
or
it would or
not, but I just clicked off of it, so let me know if it still shows some
Okay.
extra. Yeah.
All
All
right.
night. Oh yeah, good
Country
night, country fan.
Have
Oh,
a
it's
wonderful night.
Elsa! It's me, you dummy, Robert.
Country Fan, have a wonderful night, and thank you for being here.
Okay, Elsa.
And like I said, if you have any questions or comments, please tell me.
That's the most amazing, that's the most iconic cameo from Elsa ever, or
and hello, Elsa, and welcome.
Or the writer of Elsa, that was like iconic right there. It's like, you know
yes, it was. I was actually getting ready to. That's the reason I asked if you had it up in the background, is because I was getting ready to say, okay, if there is someone watching that hasn't said anything, if you have a question, if you have a comment, if you have anything you need or want to say, please do it. but can you give me 1 second? I'm about to die. Alvin, do you mind holding down the fort? I know you guys hate it when I leave the stream, but I promise I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I can hold down the fort.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, welcome, Elsa. Let me tell you, you're probably going to want to rewatch a lot of what was talked about tonight, Elsa, because Trish kind of addressed a lot of stuff that happened back in 2021. So we're finally getting, like, I feel like we've finally gotten some kind of resolution. And just so you know, Elsa, I mean, because I'm sure Trish is probably going to fill you in a little bit, but Trish did said she doesn't mind doing another stream like this where a Wild Bill can be here as well. I mean, if we have any questions about anything that we may have wanted to ask her over the last couple of years since everything went down in 2021, but yeah, this was just awesome. And then we were like joking in the joking in the comments, like everybody's like making references and jokes, and it just reminded me of the good old days. So yeah, welcome Elsa, welcome to the party. Like it really is a party, and to think this all started with Trish basically getting her internet back tonight because like Elsa, you were without power for most of the day, I would assume. That Trish was actually without internet for like almost the whole day. Yeah, I didn't comment because I can't really type right now because I have to get the laundry done before the power goes off. Oh, I see, Elsa. So Elsa, have you been watching or listening to anything that's been going on up to this point? I'm just wondering what you've caught and what you might not have caught.
Okay.
But yeah, that's right, Robert. Use my catchphrase, damn the devil. Yeah, all the lights in the house are off, LOL.
Can't really type right now because I have to get the laundry done before the power goes off. Oh, crap.
Yeah.
And yes, all the lights in the house are off. Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for
about 20 minutes. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, glad that you were able to be here, Elsa. But yeah, like I was saying, if there's anything you missed during this stream, Elsa, you definitely should rewatch it back when it becomes a video because, I mean, a lot of stuff was said tonight.
Okay, Alvin, give me the floor just for a minute.
Okay.
Elsa, I need to let you know that I went back and watched all of, or at least most of, the streams that you guys did after our fallout. I'll definitely rewatch it. Okay. And watching those streams made me realize how hurt you guys were. And it's why I did this live stream. I didn't think anybody would show up, but people did. I just wanted to apologize to everybody, but especially to our main core group. And Elsa, you are one of those people. And I have to let you know that I am so sorry that I hurt you. That was never my intention. And everything I said and everything I did that hurt you, I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. And yes, it was a mistake to go over to you now. I never should have gone over there. And I can't apologize enough. I never meant to make you think it was all about the money. I never meant to make you think it was all about the numbers. And I honestly wish I had never gone to you now. And if you have any questions or any comments about anything that happened, please tell me. I'll explain it. I'll apologize for it. I'll do whatever I have to do because I never realized how hurt you guys were and how upset you guys were until I went back and watched those streams that you guys did. But I did. Just when I need to apologize for all that nasty thing I said. No, you don't. You don't need to apologize for that. Not in my opinion, because what you guys said in those streams was what made me realize how upset and how hurt you guys really were. And there is a core group of us, that is you and Wild Bill and Robert and Alvin and Country Fan. And if I'm leaving anybody out, I'm sorry. But this core group of us got hurt worse than anybody else. And honestly, I think you and Alvin and Robert and Wild Bill got hurt worse than anybody else. I don't mean any offense to anybody, but I think the 4 of us, 5 of us, this little group was the closest. And you guys got hurt worse than anybody else. And I'm so sorry. Because, like I said, that was never my intention. And yes, it falls on me. I know we agree that both sides were equally guilty. But I took on too much. And I wouldn't walk away. And I was burnt out. And it was part of what caused what happened. And my going to you now, like I said earlier, was the proverbial straw that caused us to break. But that falls on me because I knew better and I wouldn't take a break. I wouldn't give anything up. I wouldn't walk away from anything. And it was my responsibility. I knew better and I still wouldn't quit. So I feel like even though both sides were equally guilty, it started with me. And you guys got hurt because of it. I just felt like I needed to apologize to everybody. Everything we talked about in those streams. What question we had.
I just want to leave the whole fallout in the past, so sorry if I don't have the same questions I have from those streams.
Okay. But just know this. If you ever have a question or a comment about anything, please let me know. If you don't want to do it live, that's fine. If you would rather do it privately, that's okay. There is something. The fear. Elsa, I am sorry that I made you afraid to voice your opinion.
Yeah,
I had from those streams, I mean.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how bad it was until I watched those streams. I said why I started stream. I was just going to apologize, even if nobody showed up. But people started showing up, and we started talking, and it turned into this big, wonderful, open floor, speak your mind, ask your questions moment.
No.
And I just want to make sure everything gets cleared up. And I just felt like you were one of the main people that I needed to apologize to. So yeah, as weird as it sounds, I'm really glad you guys did those streams. Yeah. Because it helped me realize when I went back and watched them, it made me realize.
Yeah. But yeah, I do feel like a lot of air got cleared out tonight, like Trish. So this is one reason why I was saying, also, you definitely should rewatch what you missed tonight because a lot, I would say, this may sound crazy because I know a lot of shit probably went down since then, and there was a lot to go over and a lot of questions we probably had at one point in time. But I feel like at least 90 to 95% of all the questions we had has been answered tonight in some capacity. Like, even if you were just randomly like remember something, Trish. And
Yeah.
even my own personal questions that I've asked Trish, or even told her about my own concerns, like I mean, like I was saying about like how I felt like you were treating me back like 2021, like
Hmm.
leading up to the fallout. That's why I think that's one reason why I felt kind of hurt and betrayed like afterwards, and why I probably said some of the nasty things that I mean I personally probably said about you
It's okay.
because like I said I was heated because I was like because I thought we were really close because we always bonded over music pretty much. I mean it was mostly the music or sometimes certain artists and like movies that we might be into, but it's like that bond was all a lie at the end of the day, like after the fact. So that's why I felt kind of hurt afterwards. So I was like, what? Like we didn't know what to believe anymore. But I feel like like I said, a lot of air was cleared tonight. I'm like, I really don't know if there's much
Okay.
left to question. So yeah, I just want to leave it all in the past stuff. So this one is why I think everything was cleared out tonight. I don't even have any extra things to add. I would say because it pretty much isn't relevant anymore. But I'm glad you still did the stream tonight, Trish. I mean, regardless, because
Me
I
too.
mean it is good. It is good to always make sure that we're all like on the same page about things, or we're
Yes.
all like on the same level, the same playing field. So that way something doesn't get brought up later that sets one of us off, and then within
Yeah.
the other person's mad at the other. We don't even know why. Like, what
Yeah.
did I do? Kind of stuff.
Well, I
So,
do want to make sure that Wild Bill gets a chance to voice his opinions and ask his questions.
yeah, you made me feel scared to voice my opinion. I voiced my opinion too much, woman. LOL. And shouldn't that comment be directed at a certain you know who? Okay, yeah. Elsa, you're crazy. You crazy frozen girl. Or should I say silly? You like I mean, like you said you was repeating too much, woman, and but yeah, Elsa, you silly frozen
No,
girl.
I know that I saw or heard you guys speak about that in multiple streams after the fallout, about how you were always too afraid to voice your opinion because you were afraid you would upset me. And I want to make sure you guys know, first of all, that I am really sorry that I made you feel that way.
No. Hope I can make that stream you want to do.
I never meant to make you guys afraid.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how bad I was. Yeah. And there went my brain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was a lot to really go over, but I mean, like I said, a lot was addressed tonight, and I don't know. I just feel good about where we're at in our lives, and I guess on a personal, like friend, like family,
Towards the end,
or
before the
like
fallout. Yeah. I never meant to make you guys afraid.
Yeah.
And I really am sorry about that, because I never intended to do that. And yes, I know how bad I was simply based on watching those streams, because I saw the hurt and I saw the anger.
Yeah.
That's why I want to clear the air.
But yeah, I'm still glad. Like that's one reason why I don't want you to regret like even doing a stream like this tonight. Even if most of us are saying that, I mean it's all in the past now because I mean it is, but it is still glad. I mean it is still good to clear the air, like to make sure everything's good, so there's no grudges still being kept, no drama
Yeah.
to store up again, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Because I think, I mean, because I know you probably haven't said this like bluntly or anything, but I feel like in the back of your own mind, Trish, you're probably afraid of another Fallout kind of happening again in the future. So I was like, maybe that is what's making you want to do streams like this. So you want to make sure that we avoid any other future Fallouts, like they can be
Yeah,
easily avoided.
I don't ever want that to happen again. And I don't ever want to hurt you guys ever again. And I want to make sure everybody has answers for any questions that they have about anything I did or said.
Yeah, looking back, I don't know, because I mean, like you said, sometimes your mood can affect like how you take in a song or something, like or take in music. So if you're in a bad mood already, then more than likely a song isn't gonna help you with that mood unless it's like a really damn good song, I should say.
Oh yeah.
But so I was thinking maybe it's the same thing with things that we were going through in our personal life, because like I said, like you even mentioned earlier, about when we had that fallout back in 2021, we were all kind of lashing out at you afterwards, like after the fact. I think there was a lot of things going on in all of our lives at the time that we just kind of, I mean, in a sense, we all kind of overreacted in one way or another, or we could have handled things like differently. But we took the aggressive approach, I should say, about everything. Like, how dare she? Like, or how dare this happen? Or like, who does she think she is? Kind of stuff. Because we would say things like that. Yeah. But I even deleted everything on my phone. I had from that time. I have no evidence at all from that time because I see no reason to keep all that since we all apologized.
Okay.
Oh,
but just know that
I also had a lot of screenshots and stuff from back then, but
just know that if anything ever comes into your mind that you have a question about or you want to make a comment about, please feel free. I'm not going to get upset. I'm not going to get offended, and I will answer you.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad that like we've all kind of like let it all go like from that time period, and we just realized there's no sense in staying mad or being mad about stuff that happened in the past. Like I even bet Elsa feels a lot better not having like I mean all that stuff like that brought us like trauma like on our phone, like just getting rid of it all. I mean, not to mention it probably freed up a lot of space on your phone, Elsa. I mean, I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know what exactly you had, but I'm pretty sure there's probably some videos that swear, and I know those can take up space for sure. So, but yeah, just yes, it did, LOL. So so don't you feel very relieved, Elsa? Because I know, like, I mean, at least you kind of are conquering your, I guess, the pack rat in you, because that's something I've always like struggled with is why do I always like keep a hold of shit and don't even like get rid of it or throw it away? It's like I find everything sentimental in one way or another. And is it really like just throwing away old stuff doesn't mean I'm throwing away like the memories, at least good memories, like, because I mean I'm perfectly fine throwing away like bad memories, I should say, but yeah, I guess it's just hard for me to delete stuff like it probably was for you, Elsa. Or I guess it wasn't so hard for you to delete stuff. But yeah, this has been a very nice, open, honest conversation, and I really loved it. Like I said, I also love the humor that we kind of thrown in there with the references and stuff. Like in the witty comments from like Landon and Robert, like that was hilarious.
Oh yeah.
And then even when Elsa jumped in, says it's me, you dummy. Like that I was saying, I was thinking, I think we were all going through shit back in that time in our life during that Fallout. So maybe that's why we were all just lashing out at one another, and it just turned into this whole big like bonfire, like that we couldn't put out. I
Yeah.
mean, or at least when we thought we put it out, something else would just flare up again. That's why it shocked me that you had watched all those streams since then, Trish, because we were continuing to talk about the situation pretty much up until right before we had reached out to you personally, Trish,
Yes, I
to make
was.
amends. Yeah, so I was wondering, like, you probably watched a stream from like May 2022 that we did when we were on Wild Bill's channel, and you're like, they're still talking about it six,
Yeah,
7 months
I was
later.
surprised at
Yeah,
how long you guys kept you were like talking about it almost every stream all the way up until almost the time that Robert reached out to me.
yeah. So I guess it shows just how bad it really affected us.
Yeah.
So I guess that Fallout really did a number on us, as bad as that sounds. 'Cause- But I mean, I'm glad it's all in the past now. We don't have to worry about this. Like what the hell happened back then? Like, because I think that's why we were trying to. I think we were still trying to make sense of the situation because
Yeah.
even that Fallout seemed very strange. Even me and Elsa were using words like you were acting out of character,
Yeah.
Trish, because it did feel like Trish isn't being herself right now. It literally did feel like you had just like something really had snapped in your brain and you weren't Trish anymore. You weren't the person we had grown to know on YouTube. And then, like you said, you now was a culprit for a lot of it. So, yeah, where did you find the time to watch those streams, woman? Yeah, that's what
Well,
I'm thinking. Yeah, she did this all in a week's
honestly,
time, pretty much. I'm just thankful for the good Lord that you actually gave us a chance to apologize and make things right.
make things right. Well,
Yeah.
I couldn't not do it because, well, one, I missed you guys so much, and two, there was so much that needed to be worked out, and there were just so many unanswered questions, and it needed to be resolved. And I just thought, okay, we need to do it and get it over with so everybody has answers, everybody has resolution, and we can all move on from it. Now, yes, in the back of my mind, I was hoping that we could resolve it and move on from it together.
Yeah.
But I knew there was also a chance the moving on may have been without each other. I was really, really, really hoping it wasn't going to be that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, and to answer your question, Elsa, what I did was I watched the streams, but if it got to a part, because there were a few streams where you guys didn't reference me at all. And what I would do was I would skim through those streams and see, and I could tell by the way you guys were talking if you were talking about me or referring to me. So
Yeah.
I watched most of the streams for the most part, but there were some streams that I skimmed through because I realized, oh, okay, they're okay. They're not talking about me. They're over it. But then the very next stream, it would be like, oh God,
Yeah.
okay, they're not over it. Oh my God. There was at least one stream that was like 6 hours long.
Yeah.
And for about 5 of those 6 hours, you guys were giving me hell. I was like, oh shit. Oh my God.
I'm wondering how far along. Wait, well, I'll be honest with you. I think another reason we would continue to talk about it as long as we did was because of the other trolls that came in the streams. Because we literally did think you had something to do with a lot of these other trolls we had, Trish. So we thought you were continuing to watch the streams that we would do. Like, so I'll be honest with you. I think we would talk about you at the same time in hopes that you were watching, and so it's like we wanted you to know how we felt about you. We didn't know you were gonna finally hear what we had to say like a whole year later. Like we didn't know you hadn't even seen those streams. Like because we thought
No.
you had been watching all along. Damn, I must have acted like a real bitch. Sorry about that.
No, Elsie, you didn't. And like I said, you don't have to apologize for anything you said or done in those streams. because you were hurt
And
and
I
you
was
had
gonna,
every right to lash out.
yeah. Oh
And
yeah, and I want to say One Republic and Luke Bryan are wrong. It's never too late to apologize.
exactly. And Elsa, I feel the
That's
same
good.
way. I'm just really glad that I was willing to step up and one, apologize, and two, listen to you guys. And I'm even more glad that we're doing this now to
Yeah.
get everything out in the open.
Yeah. But yeah, I was like, you must have been really committed, Trish, to watch all those streams or at least skim through them the last few days because that would have took me forever. I felt like I would have been easily distracted and just stopped watching after like a good few streams, and then it
Well,
was like, oh, what was I doing? Because I'd be like watching something else, like something completely different.
honestly, I started
Yeah.
watching them as much as I did because I thought, well, if they had questions, they probably talked about it during their streams after the fallout. So that was my original, you know, thing was okay, well, because when we talked that one night and we were
Yeah.
doing that little hangout,
Yeah.
a couple things came up, but then nobody could remember anything else that they had a question about. And I thought, well, maybe if I go back and I watch the streams, if there's questions after I see the streams, maybe I can watch. And the more I watched, the more I realized, the more it dawned on me how
You mo-
hurt you guys were and how upset you guys were and what an effect I had had on you guys. Should have known
shouldn't
better.
being a
A
Christian.
Christian, okay, but still at the same,
Yeah.
you're human. You have feelings, you have emotions. And besides, like I said, if y'all hadn't done that, I don't think I would have realized just how bad it was for you guys. Yes, it was bad for me, but it was bad for you guys too. And watching those was what led to tonight.
True.
And I love the fact that we have sat here for 2.5 hours and
Yeah.
talked. And there was no screaming, and there was no yelling, and there was no fighting. We just discussed it. And Alvin, like you can see, even came on screen and talked to me about how he felt and about how I had made him feel. And that was what we needed.
Yeah. Like so. Like I even like. I don't know. I don't. I just feel like we got some kind of resolution. Like it's not Trish, and that's one reason why I wanted to let you know personally. Like just in case I ever made you feel obligated to do something just because I want to do it. Like the album reviews back in the day, I that's why I apologized and said I'm sorry if I put up a lot of pressure on you. Like I mean, we didn't have to do the reviews. It was just a suggestion. I mean, that was the main
No,
point.
it's okay.
But
It's
yeah,
okay. Because, like I said, I could have said no.
yeah,
And I know it's not going to take away the hurt, but Robert, you don't have to be hurt.
yeah.
Because, like I said, watching those was what led to me realizing.
See, for me, I would undiscuss it myself for some of the things I said. Oh, not Evan. I mean Robert. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, what I was gonna say, I think all of us kind of apologize for because I mean, even when Trish told us that she had watched all the streams, I immediately my immediate thought was like, oh God, I gotta apologize to Trish because
Mm-mm.
I probably said some not so nice things. Like, she saw them because she mentioned she watched the Halloween stream, Elsa, that one from that Halloween. So I was like, that one. I think we let everything like pretty much let everything out in the open. Like everything was on the line that night. Like
Yeah.
there
But
was
think about it.
no filter at all.
Think about it, Alvin.
Yeah.
Like I said, after I watched that Halloween stream, that was honestly one of the last ones I watched
Oh, wait,
because
really? So
I had heard you guys reference that stream, and I thought, oh God, I don't know if I want to see that or not. Watching that stream
yeah,
made me think if I had seen this stream,
Yeah.
either when it happened or shortly afterwards, I may have tried to reach out to you guys because that's how much it affected me.
Yeah, honestly, I can't even remember that stream. Oh yeah, well, I guess it's a good thing. Also, I mean, I haven't seen it since it happened, but I do remember how mad I was, and I remember how mad Wild Bill was. And like, I'm not trying to start like any drama or trouble or anything, but I think one of the main reasons why Bill really wanted to have that stream that night, or it became what it did, was not only the fallout that we recently had, but I think it was when you and Cindy kind of did a stream together again after all this time of not being friends. So it just came out of nowhere. And that's why at the time we were thinking you and Cindy had some kind of alliance that we didn't know how it went back when. That's why another thing we actually thought we were like in some kind of I don't know, like in some like weird episode of the Twilight Zone, or we were being punked somehow. Like, what the hell? Like, it felt like a TV show, and I was like, what the hell is happening? Like, how is Trish and Cindy friends again? They weren't friends for like 2 years, as far as I know.
No,
Like, up to that point.
we hadn't been.
Yeah.
We hadn't been since the original fallout between me and her.
Yeah.
And honestly, it wasn't like I went running to her.
Yeah.
It was the same as, like I said the other night, I reach out to every single person that had ever been part of our group, part of our streams. I sent all of them pretty much the same message. She just happened to be one of the ones that responded.
Yeah.
And then we started talking. And that was it.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why I wanted to kind of bring that up, like Trish, and everything like about back then. But yeah, I was just wanting to let you like kind of figure in why that stream became what it was that night, because I'm pretty sure Wild Bill had a different idea in mind for his Halloween stream, but I think it really pissed him off when you went live on YouNow on YouTube with Cindy, and the title of the stream was something like we're back together and better than ever, or something like that. And it caught us off guard. Even like Wild Bill was pissed, but I don't know if it was because of the fact that you two went live together, or if it's some of the things you had both said during that stream. But I don't know. Wild Bill just felt kind of caught off guard, I would say. But I don't want to put it all. Yeah, heart. But I don't want to put it all in Wild Bill, because I think all of us had something to say. But I remember Wild Bill was, I think, at work at the time, but because I know he was like on his way home, and he had actually left a message in like a group chat we were all in, saying that we need to stay tuned for the stream that he's about to have on Halloween night, because he's basically gonna be like he said, he even mentioned that there's no telling what he's gonna say that night, but this could get him banned from YouTube. That's basically what he said, because he thought he was probably gonna be cussing a hell of a lot or something. I don't know what he thought he was going to say that was going to get his YouTube banned, but damn. Yeah, damn.
Yes, he does have a good memory.
Yeah, yeah, because I was actually out with my sister at the time. I was actually playing the recording. I was like, what did Wild Bill say? So I was playing it. I think even my sister heard a little bit of it, because I was out walking at a park with her at the time, because it was a nice day. And then all of a sudden, Wild Bill put this like voice message in the group, and I was like, okay, what's he going to say? And then, oh yeah, he said he was also going to point out the hypocrisy that was going on in the group, because I think he thought there was certain, I guess, leeches, or that was in our group that was also part of your group, and I guess he thought that there was some people that were in our group that was still part of your group that was being spies or something, like, and was feeding you lies or telling you things that we were talking about behind your back, I would assume, or something. And we weren't trying to start trouble, but Wild Bill was going to put a stop to all of this right now. Like, that was his plan. Like, this ends Halloween, basically.
I will say this.
Yeah.
No, I did not put anybody up to troll you guys.
Yeah.
Yes, I did find out later that a couple of the people was going back and forth.
Yeah.
And I told them to stop it.
Yeah. The
I'm pretty
paranoia was
sure at
crazy.
least one of them.
Well, that's true. I looking back now,
Yeah.
I would say Wild Bill was probably paranoid as fuck because even I was like, "What the hell's going on?"
Actually, I don't think that was actually paranoia, because in a sense, a little bit of it was true, but it
Yeah.
wasn't because I put them up to it.
Yeah.
I told them they wanted to,
Yeah.
be in the little group that I created. That was fine. I said, but do me a favor. I'm not going to ask you not to go over in their streams. You're more than welcome to, but do not run back and forth.
Yeah, I thought Halloween ended in Jamie Curtis, and I just realized what I said because I was like, because I said Wild Bill pretty much said that this ends this Halloween or something. I was like, didn't
Oh yeah, there
Halloween
you go.
already end with Jenny?
No, but there was at least a couple of
That's funny.
people in that group that was trying to go back and forth and stir up trouble. And I told them, stop it. I said, no, it's over and I'm done and I don't want any drama. Yes, it ended with drama very dramatically. Okay. We all know that. But one of them, at least one of them, kept trying to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I'm like, stop it. Okay. You can stop or you can leave because I do not need that stress. I do not want that stress and I do not want that drama. And I'm not going to mention any names. Okay.
When we would stream back then,
But
it's like
I
we
just
were
couldn't.
looking over. If you were with like there with all the paranoia, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I think we were all. That's another thing I was going to mention, Trish. I think that's another reason why what led to the fallout is because we were all paranoid because of all the tropes we'd had.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, like at the big like in one of the streams, one of the last streams we did was the fact that it was because of because a lot of us found each other through your channel, Trish. Because I mean, that's how we kind of all became a group and everything. And it's almost like we kind of just took it out, like all out, and we all just started thinking that you were the culprit all along, or something that you did this to us, and we just attacked you just with our assumptions, even though we didn't have all the facts. Because even we couldn't say that we had blatant evidence. It's not like we could take you to court, Trish, and like say that this and that, we would be laughed right out of the courthouse because we didn't have like actual evidence that you had done this or that. Like what we thought was evidence may have not actually been actual evidence. We just thought it kind of didn't add up or make sense. But yeah.
No, it was insane. And I kind of brought it on myself because, like I said, I could have said no. I could have stepped back.
Yeah.
And it probably would have avoided the whole situation. So, yes, it started with me because I knew I had took on too much. I caused myself to get burnt out and just refused to admit it to myself. If I hadn't allowed that to happen, the whole situation wouldn't have happened.
No. Yeah, I think we were all burnt out at the time, which I said at one point back then that I felt like I was getting burnt out with all the streaming and stuff. Like, I'll be honest, like looking back, I think we all needed breaks. Like, because I know you were still streaming a lot then, Trish, and like you were streaming a lot on YouNow and everything. But I think that was another thing that we always had concerns with because it did seem like you were, I guess, kind of snappy at the fact that not many people showed up to your streams.
Yeah.
Like back then, Trish, and so you probably felt unappreciated or like that we didn't like you anymore because I think even you were starting to get kind of paranoid that we didn't like you anymore, but it wasn't you that we didn't like. It was kind of just having to go on to YouNow or we were busy.
Yeah.
Like, and so, I mean, if you went like live regularly on YouTube again, I mean, there's no telling how many more people probably would have shown up, but it was like a whole new place pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus I did end up with the virus. Oh yeah, back then. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's right. You
had
the vid. You had the vid.
Yeah, he had the vid. Oh yeah, because I was wondering if you remember, because I think you even played music one time on you now, and you were going to play Reba all day in honor of Robert, who was sick with the Rona at the time.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, and so I give it. I remember. Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes. No, it was too much, and instead of stepping back, either letting something go, several things actually,
Yeah.
or gonna break, or doing something to help myself. I just kept going and going and going, and the trolls didn't help, but it was mostly just me. I kept coming up with more ideas and doing more things and taking it all on, and I just took on too much. No, that's not what caused the entire fallout. What I'm saying is it starts with me. If I hadn't done that, then a lot of the other stuff probably wouldn't have happened and the blow up wouldn't have happened. And you now was the proverbial straw.
Yeah, well, so. Yeah, I definitely do agree with you with that, Trish. But I also wanted to point out that you were taking on a lot of all this, like too much at one time. But also, it was also the timing of everything, because you were
Mhm.
also having that withdrawal from like quitting smoking, and so you were literally were basically becoming the world's biggest bitch, as you would always say.
Yes.
So because I was wondering if you could look back at like that time period, and if you even know for a fact you were snapping like at as like uncalled forly, because I mean, because a lot of the times he would snap at us or something, it did feel kind of uncalled for, because it's like we didn't even do anything. But
Damn it.
yeah. Oh, you okay, Trish?
Yeah,
I'm
everything
sorry.
froze again just for a second. Okay, it's good now. It's good now.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it's okay, Robert. I
Oh
actually
yeah.
enjoyed streaming on your channel. That should have been
Yeah.
a clue. And why it didn't dawn on me back then, I don't know. Just because I wasn't paying attention, I guess. But I
Wait. Oh yeah.
actually, yeah, I
Yeah.
enjoyed streaming on Robert's channel.
Oh yeah, because I actually never saw that as a reason for you to blow it, because I mean I thought you actually enjoyed it, because sometimes you would, because I remember you had a schedule, you had a set schedule, and you were gonna stream on Robert's channel like every Wednesday, but every other day of the
Yeah,
week you would stream on regularly on your channel, but you would Wednesdays would be dedicated to Robert's channel,
yeah.
if I remember correctly. So
And those were, at least to
yeah,
start with, I don't quite remember in the end. I can go back and watch them.
yeah.
But I
But
love
I
those
will admit,
streams.
I love the stories you saved for my channel.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say, Trish. Like, I'll be honest with you, a lot of a lot of really great streams, or a lot of the most memorable streams, I do feel, at least of the last few years, were actually did kind of happen on Robert's
On
channel.
Robert's channel, yeah.
Because because
And
I remember because
think
I
about
remember
that for a minute.
when you
Just
deleted
think
it.
about that for a
Yeah,
minute. When I
yeah,
streamed on Robert's channel, I streamed directly on Robert's channel, not
yeah,
on you now.
yeah,
That should have been a clue in to me.
yeah. Huh. Yeah. So
Yeah, I guess sometimes, apparently a lot of times, I just don't think.
yeah, I was wondering if you even felt like that you had a habit of doing things without thinking first. Because I mean, I know a lot of people like.
Yes.
I feel like it's human nature. A lot of people have that issue, but I was wondering if you even can, like, I don't know, acknowledge that,
Yeah.
like, fault that you may have on your own. Because I mean, because even I've done that in the past, and I'm trying not
Oh,
to
yeah.
do that so much anymore.
I get stuff in my head and I want to do it and I just jump right in.
Like head first.
Yes, without thinking. Okay. Who needs 9 podcasts, 10 different YouTube channels? Wait, hang on. 9 podcasts, 11 different YouTube channels? Because I had my regular channel and my streaming channel plus the 9 podcast channels. At least I think I had a channel for each podcast.
But yeah,
And
wait.
like 4 different websites, 3 different Facebook pages. Who needs that much stuff?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what's so crazy. But yeah, I was wondering, Trish, just thinking back to that time period again, like October, November 2021, like right around the time of the fallout and everything. I was wondering, like, did you feel like, did you just get it in your head, like, that you should start making more content on YouTube to, like, announcing, like, news and stuff? Because you would break the news story about Britney getting freed from her conservatorship. You would make a video about Adele releasing a new album. You would make a video about Taylor re-releasing Red, like her re-recording of Red, Taylor's version. So yeah, you were making quite a few videos back then, but it was after, I would say, like, I don't think it was like intentional, but it did feel like it was, you were making all these videos again after you kind of had like did like a bit of a hiatus on YouTube, at least of making those type of content, because I think you were mostly just streaming like throughout most of
Yeah.
2021. And then you just started towards the end of the year, you started making those videos again, like the breaking music news stories and stuff. And I was wondering if you felt, if that may have been something that you were taking on too much. You should have
You have a
deleted
very
all of
good
your
point.
podcasts except the podcast that matter the most, the unenthusiastic podcast. Duh, woman. Well, I'll be honest with you. Out of all your podcasts that you ever did, Trish, I'll be honest with you. That's the only one I would probably go back to listen to if I could, because that one was that was actually the. I mean, I really loved the way you do that voice. I don't know, like, like even though some of your other podcasts are pretty interesting or entertaining to watch, like, I loved it when you would also do like those penis news stories, even those were kind of ridiculous and funny too, because you would always do it in your reporter voice. And even though you were kind of doing a reporter voice for the enthusiastic podcast, it was more like toned down, like the
Oh, yeah.
enthusiasm, like it was almost like you were like a shell of your former self, like talking.
Yeah.
Like, so
The
this
dumb news was
is
hilarious.
tonight, like, podcast. Like the one about dumb news was hilarious also. Oh yeah, the dumb news. Yeah, did you also do one about Who Tad News, or this is what Who Tad lied about today? Like, you were
Yeah.
actually doing a podcast keeping track of all the lies that
Yeah,
Garth
it
has
was the
said.
Garth Lied podcast.
Yeah, the Garth lied. Yeah, I thought that was crazy. I was wondering, did you just think of that on your own? Like, you know what? Garth has lied so many times, I can make a whole podcast just out of his lies.
Yeah. Well, the original reason I started the Unenthusiastic podcast
Yeah.
was a bad reason to do it. And it was completely disrespectful. And he's not here, but I will personally apologize to Wild Bill for that. And Robert, I'm sorry. That is the reason, the original reason behind that podcast. I never meant to hurt you or Wild Bill. And that never should have happened. I am glad I had the podcast because so many people thought that it was funny and entertaining. But the original reason behind it was rude and completely disrespectful. And that never should have been a reason for me to do a podcast. Because you guys were right. Everybody has an off stream. Everybody has moments in a stream where they're just sitting there and nobody's saying anything. That happens, honest to God, in almost every stream that anybody does. There's going to be moments of dead air. And I never should have said what I did.
Which podcast is this?
The Unenthusiastic podcast.
Yeah.
I was waiting to see if he was going to say anything else.
Oh,
See,
really?
there was the moment. There was the moment right there. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Moments
yeah.
where nobody is saying anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if you even remember. I know in one of your all streams that came up. Alvin told you guys the
Oh,
reason,
yeah.
the original reason behind that podcast.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to mention that too because I didn't know if that was actually if I said that in the stream or in a private hangout. But yeah, I was gonna mention to you, Trish, after the fallout and everything. I mean, that was probably one of the things that you would hear me talk about. But yeah, I wanted to kind of fill Wild Bill and Robert in. Not to mention, we just had this falling out with you, and
Hmm.
I was even trying to take my own accountability for it because I did say that I was talking to you about it, and even I was kind of in. But at the time, it really did feel like you were trying to get me to talk bad about like our group behind the back,
Yeah.
and I would be honest with you personally, Trish, I would never talk bad about anybody behind their back. I mean, on my own, like someone would have to get me to like this
Yeah.
is actually part of my brain because of my autism and everything. Even my sister's word, I could be easily manipulated. So as bad as it sounds, it probably didn't take that much
Fill me
effort
in.
for you to get me to talk about the things we did back then, Trish, if that makes sense. Like, so
That's
it
okay.
didn't take much effort at all. But yeah, I was.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm glad Wild Bill was understood. I
Um,
guess. Yeah, I'm lost here. Fill me in
Alvin,
again,
I'm
damn it.
sorry.
Yeah,
I am sorry, Alvin, that happened between us.
yeah,
Um, Robert, I'm ashamed to admit this, but the original reason that I started the Unenthusiastic podcast was because I had had a conversation with Alvin, and when I was talking to him, you and Wild Bill were streaming, and nobody was saying anything. It was one of those dead air moments, and I started making fun of you guys because I said it was such a boring thing because nobody was saying anything. And I started doing I don't know what you call it, a skit, playing off, I don't know how to explain it, acting like you guys. I'll put it that way. And I ended up doing a podcast being as boring as I could.
yeah. Why the hell did you have to tell me it was one of the podcasts me and Bill liked?
Well, after I saw the streams, I realized how hurtful that was to you guys. And it started out as me making fun. But after a couple of episodes, it became so funny
Yeah,
that I started doing it, not making fun of you guys, but because I enjoyed it so much and because some of you enjoyed it so much.
yeah.
But the original reason behind it never should have been a thing.
Like now thinking about it, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Trish. I mean, because I didn't really openly admit this because I mean, I did like the way I just worded things to sound like I was putting like all the blame on you, but even I feel really guilty about doing that too. And not only the Unenthusiastic podcast will say, but I was wondering if Trish, if you remember, I think it was like the night after, or yeah, the night after we had that conversation, Trish. You had actually, or like the next day or early in the morning or something, you had messaged me asking me if I wanted to come on screen with you during your next stream, and that me and you were basically going to start the stream off as like the most boring people you would ever meet, pretty much.
Yeah.
Type thing. But at the time, getting ready for that stream, preparing for it, I was really nervous. I remember we were even rehearsing a little bit, trying to do it So I wanted break character like soon after because it was just so funny to me that I would start trying to be very slow and boring, and that's just not my character. Not to mention I have ADHD, so it's hard for me to sit still anyway.
Yeah.
So, so, um, but leading up to it was only like minutes before you were going to start streaming. I was actually supposed to be getting on camera with you like any minute, and then my power goes out right at that moment. It was almost like it was karma or something telling me this wasn't a good idea for me, like because I'm literally doing it to make fun of my friends or my family. And so I didn't think about it back then, but something stopped me that night from being able to join with you on camera. So I said you could start the stream without me. And then I think you still tried to do it like I'll start the stream like that, but just being like, "Hey guys," or like just how you start the stream. And but yeah, looking back, I was like, yeah, we shouldn't probably have had that conversation. But I mean, because even I was even surprised because I thought even sometimes when I go live, even I would try to scatter my brain like, what am I going to talk about tonight? Because even that's why I would just talk and talk because I didn't want to just have so many moments of dead air where I'm just not saying anything because it makes me feel awkward. Yeah. Yeah, how it don't bother me none, but yeah, I was wondering if it was during that stream, Trish. But
Okay.
I was mentioning it when I was filling Wild Bill and Robert in about the reason behind behind those podcasts and stuff. Wild Bill said it really didn't bother him none. Like I mean, like she can think whatever she wants. Like it didn't not gonna offend me none. But sometimes in the back of my mind, I still felt like it's still mean spirited to do that to someone I considered not just a friend, but a family member, like a brother, because that's how I've always felt about Wild Bill and Robert. Like they're like my brothers from other mothers, just like Elsa is my sister from another mister. So
Okay. Well, I want to get everything out. Okay. I don't want any issues between any of us. That's why I'm admitting this to you now. And I'm apologizing. And like I said, it may have started out as making fun, but it turned into such a hilarious thing that it took on its own,
new meaning.
life, I
Oh
guess.
yeah,
Yes,
so,
it took on its own meaning. It was no longer about making fun, it was about having fun.
yeah, because even Elsa was loving it. That's why Elsa was like,
Right.
that was actually pretty funny. So even though it was inspired from a very, I guess, negative,
Bad reason.
bad reason, negative emotion or whatever, it still took a life like of its own, which I guess is a good thing. So maybe it is true that you could still find some light at the end of the tunnel type situation, even though looking back, it did seem really mean spirited what we were doing.
Yeah.
Back then, because even I wanted to do it too, but then you had the idea of like you would do the Unenthusiastic podcast, and then I would do like the opposite of your podcast. Like I would be the very enthusiastic one or something. Because so you would sound very like uninterested and boring type, and then I would just go in like, "Hey guys, you won't believe what just happened," or I'd just be the complete opposite. Like, or so we'd be like yin and yang type, like we would play off on each other, I guess, of the podcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking back, it was kind of mean spirited at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was. And Robert, if it hurts you in any way, I'm so sorry. And if you want to be mad at me, it's okay. I'll understand.
Hell, like Bill said, we know our streams can get quiet and boring at times, but then again, even the most professional streamer has times like that.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, now that I think about it, I'm glad that we're clearing a lot of air tonight and everything, and like, because even though you're like addressing a lot of things that you've done, like even Wild Bill has taken accountability at one time or another about some of the things he's done, because even he's kind of did like parodies and stuff. Because I mean, I don't know if you saw that parody stream that Wild Bill had done like a year or two ago. Because he did a stream, or yeah, I think you were actually part of that stream that night when he did that parody back in 2021 after that whole like trolling that started 21 I remember, like with the whole Trump hater and Bob Hatch thing. But yeah, even Wild Bill's took an accountability for the way that he's kind of made jokes about things that happened in the past. But yeah, I'm glad that.
Thank you, Robert.
But I'm glad it didn't leave like a such a damaging scar on us that left us like that would be like we leave us scarred for life, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that we can be bigger bigger than this and rise above it. Pretty much, because that's basically what we're doing. We're rising above all these negative situations we've been put in over the years, or that we put ourselves in personally, that we've become better people since.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't, but yeah, I promise that because
how
it did turn into a great thing. So yeah,
I just don't want anything left to question.
yeah.
That's why I've said multiple times, if anybody has any comments or any questions about anything that led up to the fallout, tell me. Ask me. I will be open and I will be honest. And you don't have to be afraid. You're not going to upset me, even if it hurts my feelings. Tell me.
Oh.
And like I said, if you don't want to do it during a live stream, if you'd rather do it privately, message me.
But yeah, I'm glad you say that, Trish, because I feel like I said pretty much like a lot of my piece tonight that I can't really think of much, but yeah, you did make me feel more, I guess, at peace with everything and at ease, so I don't have to worry so much about history repeating itself.
Yeah,
because that's one reason why I wanted to bring it to your attention how sometimes I'm nervous to even message you, Trish, because of the way you reacted to one of my messages in the past. And I just don't want to set you off or upset you again. Should I bring up things from the...
You're not going to.
Yeah,
and yes, I agree, Elsa.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's why... But that's why I'm saying, like, I'm glad that we're having this stream tonight so we don't have to worry moving forward like that the past is going to continue to haunt us, like it's never going to end, if that makes sense. Because there's some people who just would never let shit go. Like once it happens, it's like, well, it did happen. You got to remember it did happen. Like, but why do we always have to remember everything that's bad that's happened to us in the past?
No, you live and you learn from the past. You don't live in the past. You learn from the past and move on from it.
Yeah. Not to mention they say that you should forgive and forget, like, or at least forget to the point. Because you don't want to fall for the same mistake twice, depending on if the person that you had issues with in the past was actually toxic and everything. But I feel like we always got each other, that we know who we are as people, and we know that we're not like evil, malicious people. Because if that was true, then we would have found that out like months or even years ago, and that person would be completely out of our lives for good. Because like I said, there's still some people in our group that have actually been in our group at one time that are no longer in our group. Not just because they passed away or anything, but because they literally, like, they've just left us alone since. Like, I was just going to mention, like, Jeff, for example. I haven't heard from him in I don't know how long. I don't even know if you... Yeah, I don't even know if you hear from him. What?
Who?
Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jeff. Like, I mean, well, I know there's two Jeff. There's been two Jeffs, I guess, in our group. So I don't even know if we hear from the other Jeff, because I remember there was one Jeff that was like really into like football or something. He was
Yeah.
always telling us about the score of the game or something. But I remember that there was also the Jeff that was kind of a music critic type person, which is why we originally thought he was the troll
Yeah.
behind the music critic like troll account, because we were like,
Honestly, I thought the same thing.
oh yeah, because I was gonna say also, because I don't know if you were here when we were talking about it, but yeah, we were talking about the whole music critics like troll situation from last year, and Trish watched that stream too, and she was like, "What the hell? Like, who is this guy?" But yeah, I'm glad that your mind went the same place, because me and
Yeah.
Robert we're like, music critic. Like, who do we know that's been on? Because we knew for a fact that person knew way too much about us. That's why we
Yeah.
thought they had actually known you personally, like on some personal level, or they've been watching us for a long time. Because how do they just know all of our names when our names are usually not
Yeah.
on the screen? Like,
Yeah.
it's usually like
The
something
fact
fancy.
that
So,
my name is on the screen
yeah,
is a new thing that I've done since I started streaming again.
yeah.
Before that, I never had my name on the screen. So almost none of us ever put our name on the screen. So if they knew the names, which they did,
Yeah.
it had to be somebody that was there before.
Yeah. Trish, I would say I missed you and the streams during that time, but don't get mad when I say this, but I missed the hell out of Raymond and his crazy, hilarious ass.
Oh my
Aww.
God. Yes. No, that doesn't bother me at all. And I miss him too.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
had a great sense of humor.
Yeah. I miss him too. Like I said, see this thing, like, I don't want to bring up like too many like traumatic things, but yeah, I don't know if it was mentioned in one of the streams, but that was another thing that with the timeline of everything with Fallout, I did think that Raymond's passing really did a number on you, Trish, and maybe that could have been something that made you snap, because it did seem like you were turning into a different person after Raymond's passing, and I know everybody deals with grief differently, so some people will actually lash out at others when they've lost someone close to them. So, and I just didn't know if that's how you usually
14.
grieve. So, we saw the music critic was, it was a teenage boy of about 14. Oh yeah, because Elsa had actually gone to his channel or found his channel, and I don't think we ever saw his face. But correct me if I'm wrong, Elsa. It wasn't just his voice doing like a podcast or something. We would hear him talking about us. I think that's when I heard him mention something like Alvin and Robert and Wild Bill. I'm like, yeah. Robert said, and I really miss his short bus. LOL. Now remember
Honest to God,
yeah,
to
that was
this
funny.
day, when I see a short bus, I think of Raymond.
Yeah, that's awesome, Trish. But yeah, I was actually going to mention that in one of the previous streams when we were talking about taking the short bus or the bus to Naked Land, and we were always discussing how Raymond was going to be the driver, and Raymond actually offered to be the driver, which was funny back in the day. Yeah, I did see his face. Okay, so you actually did see his face, and okay, I just knew I heard his voice, and I was like, this voice sounds really young. He didn't sound like his balls had dropped yet. To be honest, he sounded like he was just
God.
now going through puberty. Like, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. He sounded like a kid. So I didn't know how old he is, but yeah, I'm missing that bus. Also, you missed the short bus that we were going to take to Naked Land, baby. She's going to
Meet.
Robert's like, meet. Yeah, that's right, Robert. Meet. I love how Elsa said, I'm missing that bus. Like, Elsa, you don't want to miss the short bus to Naked Land. I said, but yeah, I mean, I love these. I love the way we used to we joke around with each other, because this is what I miss. I'm not saying I want us to relive the past or go back to the past, because that's the point of the stream, like moving from the past. But I will say this: I do miss the types of streams we used to have, like back in like
Yes.
2018 and 2019, like when we first started becoming a group and starting like the Facebook groups and stuff like that, and you would let us know when you would go live. I kind of miss that, and when we would talk about music and all the witty comments that Elsa and Rob Bill would have whenever we would mention someone like Taylor or something, like it was just fun. I miss those
yeah.
types of streams and the fun we used to have, like the references, talking about music, talking about our favorite artist or favorite movies or what's going on in the world at the moment. Well, as long as it's good stuff, because I know we don't talk about certain stuff, but like a new movie coming out, we would talk about that sometimes.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I kind of miss that stuff. Just talking about anything that we're interested in that won't start a fight, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it don't start a fight.
Yeah.
I know Robert and Elsa are in the comments, but it says there's 3 people watching. If there actually is a third person that is watching and you're not commenting, if it is someone that was with us during the fallout and you have questions or comments, please let me know. You can ask anything, and I will be honest. I know sometimes it's just a random person that happens to pop in. That's why I'm wording it that way. If you were involved in the fallout, if you have questions, if you have comments, please feel free to put them right here in the chat. And welcome to tonight's dead air version of the stream.
Yes. Whack out. Dead air version. That's funny.
I should have said dead air portion of the stream.
Oh yeah, dead air portion. Yeah. But yeah, that's fun to see. I mean, but that's the thing. I actually find it funny how we can sometimes break dead air silence, if that makes sense. So, I mean, like, don't you just love awkward silences? Is there a certain question you want us to ask?
I don't have anything in mind. I just want to make sure that we clear the air of everything.
So, I mean, is this everything that happened since or during or?
Yeah.
I mean, because
I want it all out on the table, cleared up.
Yeah, because I was just going to mention, since we're talking about all that situation, because I know Elsa has felt like maybe she kind of, I don't know, pushed us to the fallout, because I know Elsa's kind of taken blame for it before, when in a way it should actually be me taking a lot of the blame, because I think what really started, because I didn't know that was a fallout happening. I just knew that sometimes Trish would act weird, but I thought it was mostly because you were having like withdrawal from your cigarettes, or you were like the whole You Now situation and what was going on there, because I didn't know we had all these questions. But to be honest, it kind of all started from, I was just looking on YouTube. I don't know, I guess looking at your channel, Trish, and I think that's when I clicked on one of your streams or videos, and that's when I found like that first trolling comment about you, and then I brought it to Elsa's attention, and I think that's kind of what started a lot, because I didn't know it was going to escalate until you had no idea who this was, but then you say this, and I don't know, there was just a lot of fighting going on, and then it led to a whole big fallout. And I was wondering what would have happened if I never pointed out that there was a troll a trolling comment on your stream, because I mean you probably would have saw it anyway if you got a notification. But I remember seeing it, and I was like, Elsa, do you know who this is? And it was that Kevin Johnson person. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention that if anyone should feel guilty for what led to the fallout, it probably should have been me, because I'm the one who let Elsa know about it, and then Elsa, I think, got the information to Wild Bill and Robert or something along those lines, and it was like a never-ending chain, and then it just led to everybody knows now, and then we were just having a falling out. Like, I mean, I don't know, it just all of it happened and escalated so quick. So yeah, I just didn't know if you had any opinions on all that, Trish, or what was going on.
I do.
Because I didn't know if you even knew who that troll was or what started that, but yeah, because I think we were just confused about how you knew that person, because you said that was someone from your past or something that was leaving those comments, and apparently we were not in the loop. We didn't know who that was, so I just thought I would bring it to your attention, since that kind of started a lot of what happened. So it wasn't just the you now and everything else that was going on in your life at the time. It was it kind of started with the trolling comments on your YouTube videos, and then because this person mentioned your sister and thought that they acted like they had information about you that was going to basically ruin your life. Like, do you never know who she really is? And we were just confused. Who the hell was that person? Yeah, I was just like, it was me, Alvin, not you. I'm the one who initiated it. Well,
no, actually, yes, I do know who that person is.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's somebody in my real life, or somewhat. They're not in my life now, but it's somebody that I had known.
Oh, okay. It wasn't all you, Elsa, because me and Bill had been talking about the same things you had brought up to us for a month or two before you brought it up. See,
okay, let me clarify.
I was left out of the loop of a lot of that then.
Yes, Kevin was somebody I knew in real life.
Okay.
So
is that his real name, or just a name he made up for that account?
No, that's actually his real name. And he just did it to be mean. I mean, oh my God. He's kind of a person that does stuff for spite.
Oh.
And I pretty much just ignore anything he does. But the fallout happened because of me. Okay? You guys are not to blame. Because if you look at the situation, I was too stressed. I had took on too much. I refused to admit it to myself. And if I had just taken one step back, it probably never would have happened. I was taking on too much. I was too burnt out. It was changing my personality, on top of the fact that all of the crap I was going through in my personal life, which just made everything worse. It made the stress worse. It made it all worse. And if I hadn't become the person that I had become, and my personality hadn't changed, you guys never would have had a reason to doubt, to have suspicions, to get paranoid.
Hey, you're not talking on the blame.
See,
I just read what else you said.
Taking all of the blame, woman. No, I'm just saying it starts with me. If I hadn't done what I done and become the person I had become, the doubts wouldn't have been there. The paranoia may not have been there, and none of it would have happened. Yes, we are both sides were guilty, but it started with me. Because of the things I did, because of the things I didn't do. And like I said, if I had just taken one step back, if I had admitted to myself that I was burnt out, if I had dropped some of the things I had taken on, it probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Yes, part of it was stopping smoking. Yes, part of it was menopause. Still going through that, by the way, just a heads up.
Yeah. So I
But
guess
on
menopause.
the upside, I'm not doing all the shit I was doing before with the podcasts and the uh, YouTube channels and all the stuff that I had taken on before. So that's a relief. Um, but it started with me. I should have been more responsible of myself, and if I had, none of it probably would have happened. So yes, you guys got paranoid and you reacted the way you did, but it started with me.
Yeah,
I'm the one that gave you a reason to get paranoid because my whole personality changed. Everything about me changed. The way I acted, the way I talked, the way I snapped at people. It starts with me. Okay? Let me put this out there. If anything like that starts to happen again, call me on it. Okay? Tell me, hey, you're starting back down that road. You may want to back off. Whatever you're doing, you may be taking on too much. Calm down. Call me on it.
Yeah.
We were all stressed and burnt out. Yeah. From all the streaming and shit and had taken on at the time. So it most definitely wasn't just you. No, it wasn't just me. But it started with me.
Yeah. But yeah, I just gotta say, Trish, I'm glad that you kind of are self-aware now. I guess that your personality back then was different because I think that was the main thing that I wondered if you even knew that you had changed back then or your personality had changed because yeah, hello third eye watching us. Yeah, that's funny, Robert. But yeah, because the reason why
Yeah.
is because not everybody is aware that they're changing or their personality is different than it usually is because they'll snap at you like, "What do you mean I've changed? I'm the same person I've always been," or something. But I mean, like every now and then you would point out sometimes that you're the world's biggest bitch because you're still having like withdrawal symptoms from quitting smoking, but at certain times you wouldn't even point that out. You wouldn't even point that out anymore. It's more like I'm just gonna snap at you, whatever, like whenever, like, and you're just gonna like have to take it, I guess, like because I'm not gonna take accountability for it, like because that's basically what your personality was like back then. But at the same time, I don't even know if us calling you out on it actually would have worked, or if you would have still snapped at it.
I don't think it would have worked back then.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize how bad it was. I do now. Which is why I said, if you guys see me starting back down that path, call me on it.
Yeah.
Tell me, hey, easy. Calm down.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering because you used to say that sometimes you'd watch back like old streams and stuff. And I know you had privated, or at least I assume you privated a lot of your old streams on your channels, like back in the day, like when you did kind of shut down everything down.
Mm-hmm.
But I was wondering if you had actually gone back and watched some of those streams that you had actually done because I was wondering if you even saw how mean you were at times, or the times you would snap, like the time that you even brought up back in. Now I know this was before you even tried to quit smoking. I assume when you kind of snapped or had that blowout, like on my stream that one day. When you were talking to that Garth Cast person, and
that one I did.
Yeah. I remember I was like, but yeah, I was wondering if you were aware of how aggressive you could come off at times, that it could scare like anybody. I was wondering if even your son has met your wrath at one time or another. It was like, okay, I got to stay away from mama. Like she's acting out again, pretty much type shit.
No, it's okay, Robert. You don't have to apologize for that because I came across that way.
Oh yeah, I'll be honest. I apologize too. I mentioned it to Elsa. Like, there's so many messages. I probably called you a narcissist as well. But I think it's mostly because I've dealt with narcissists in the past. Even my sister has dealt with narcissists, and I think that's what started it. And I was just seeing the signs, and I don't know. I just took it as maybe it was kind of like you were just focusing on yourself and not really caring about how everybody else was feeling about everything that's going on. And so maybe that's why we took it out on you, thinking, Trish is just like being a typical narcissist type stuff. Like that's basically your go-to.
Well, I probably came across that way. Didn't mean to,
Yeah.
but I came across that way. So you guys were just calling it as you saw it.
Well, that's basically it. That's basically what even Wild Bill's that way. He would tell you say that he's always blunt and honest as hell. Like that, he basically calls things like he sees it. Like I mean, just think of the things he said about pop country and Taylor Swift. Like I don't know, like because sometimes he'll say something that almost pisses me off, but I try to hold back because because I know that's not his intention to actually piss me off. But I mean, Wild Bill has said time and time again he doesn't care if he offends anyone, which I respect because I mean, that's kind of what you have to do in life. You can't always care about other people's feelings all the time. Like sometimes you got to be true and honest to yourself. And Wild Bill wouldn't be completely honest with himself if he's trying to say it in a way like sugarcoat something to not hurt my feelings at the same time. So I guess we just assume that whatever we say, it's going to be the honest, open, honest opinion, but that we're not going to get offended by it. But if one of us do, well, oh well. So, but yeah, I just thought I'd mention that because Wild Bill sometimes he can come off kind of rude, I guess, but it's just him being honest. I mean, sometimes an honest opinion can come off as rudeness. I mean, anything can come off as meanness if you really think about it, depending on anybody's different opinions. So,
yeah, and we're not always all going to agree on stuff. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but we respect each other's opinions.
Yeah,
that's the thing, and apparently, without realizing it, I came across as a narcissist. And oh my God, I am so sorry because I never meant to. Not quite sure I understand exactly what a narcissist is, but you guys thought I was.
Yeah.
And that was my fault because that's how I came across to you guys.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. That's a big step, actually, for you actually calling that out and actually apologizing and stuff like that. Because most narcissists, or any narcissist, for example, would probably refuse to believe, how dare you call me a narcissist? Because they took it as this negative, oh, you basically just called me a bad name. How dare you? Because okay. I guess something happened.
Sorry.
Okay. Welcome back, Trish. What happened?
Yeah. Damn it. My headphones.
What? Oh, yeah, Dan.
Cordless headphones. Okay, sorry. Had to kill something.
Okay. Was it a spider?
Well, if he didn't want to die, he shouldn't have crawled across my floor.
Oh. But yeah, it's just
being a narcissist. No, I'm not offended by that because obviously that's the way I came across to you guys. I don't know if I am one, but if that's the way I came across, then that's how you guys saw it, and that's how you guys said it. And y'all don't have to apologize for that.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. That's why I'm glad that you're at least, I don't know, taking accountability for that too, or at least addressing it. Because, like I said, most narcissists, I'd say most narcissists, because I don't know, there's probably some narcissists that would be big enough to realize they don't want to come off that way anymore. But I would say most narcissists wouldn't actually admit that they're a narcissist. They would take it as you basically just called them a bad name and how dare you.
Yeah.
Like, but at least you're not like having that like output like towards it. So
No.
it's not like you're
I
going to be
mean,
like how dare you call me a narcissist? Like, do you even
no,
know
I
what that
could
is?
be one. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So,
I mean, I don't think I know I'm not the greatest singer in the world.
yeah.
I don't think I'm the greatest writer in the world. I'm not, like I said, I'm not exactly sure exactly what a narcissist is. I don't think I am one, but I could be and just not realize it.
No. Like, I don't know. I guess it's hard to explain what exactly narcissist is because there are different levels of narcissism, and each one can be a little bit different. But I think the main reason we thought you were a narcissist is because you are a writer. You wrote all these books and everything. But you, I mean, of course, you were trying to sell them and everything. But like, I know that looking back, maybe you were just joking or having fun with it. But I remember one time you actually did title your stream about please buy my books. They're really good or something like that. Like you talk like praising yourself, and that's something a narcissist would do is praise their work like the high
Okay.
heavens. Like
No, it's tempting to be funny,
yeah, oh yeah,
but
attempting to be
it
fun. So it's not that
obviously
you actually
did not come across that way.
yeah. Personally,
Very
qualities
highly of
including thinking
oneself.
very oneself, needing admiration, believing others are inferior, and lacking empathy for others.
Oh God, no, that's definitely not me. But
Okay.
obviously, I came across that way. I obviously came across that way. No, I do not think very highly of myself. I don't even think very medium of myself.
Oh yeah. Well,
um,
that's the thing. That so at least I'm glad to know that even though you're a writer or have written books, that I mean, I guess that was my question. Like, so you don't think that you've written what should be a number one bestseller or something,
oh God,
or like
no, not even
the New York
close.
Times or something.
No,
Like,
no, I don't. I don't. How do I say
yeah,
this? I don't think any of my books are good enough to even be on that list. And honestly, I don't think if I ever wrote anything else that it would be good enough. I do okay writing.
yeah.
Damn, that's fucked up, woman else.
Damn, that's fucked up.
I mean, I do okay. I'm
Yeah,
an okay person, but I honestly don't think I deserve admiration and praise and all that stuff. I
yeah,
think I'm a good person at heart.
yeah,
I think I'm a decent writer, but not
yeah,
New York's bestseller list writer.
yeah.
Um, I do it because I like it, and sometimes I get a story in my head that I can't get rid of, so I write it down. Um, I'm just being honest is the thing.
Yeah,
um, I don't think I'm better than anybody else. I don't think people are inferior to me.
yeah, yeah. I
I
think that was
think
another. Yeah,
I think we're all equal, although some people are bigger assholes than other.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't know why we would think that, but maybe we were thinking because you were taking on so much, and you had all these podcasts and did all these, like, had all these ideas for your YouTube channels and your podcasts, and that you had these websites and trying to keep them top notch and everything else. That I think in the back of our minds we were actually wondering if you could actually somewhat like become a clout chaser, if that makes sense. Like if you could leech onto an actual famous person to be famous yourself, would you actually do that? Like no matter, even if it's for the wrong reasons, like clout chasing. Because like I want to be known as the best friends with this influence, like this social media influencer or something. And we
Oh
thought you
God,
were
no.
doing that with we thought we you would starting to do that with Crystal Bell because Crystal Bell was like so popular on You Now,
Yeah.
and she had all these people. Like she was one of the most biggest, like You Nowers, I would say, or streamers on You Now. And we thought you were trying to latch onto her because you were hoping that she would become your best friend, so then you can get some of her fame or something, or be known, or her fans would know you too, or something like. So I think it's where
No.
our minds was going at with that. That you were clout chasing Crystal Bell, if that makes sense. Like I just thought I would put that out there. That's probably where we got this idea of the narcissism and stuff.
Um, I looked at it the other night, Robert. Hang on, Alvin, and I'll answer your question.
Okay.
And I don't think I can get it. I'm going to go back and look again and see. But at this point, I don't think I can. That is for now. Like I said, I haven't given up yet. I'm still going to go back and look at it again because I may have missed something. And no, Alvin, I would not leech on to somebody for clout, to chase clout or whatever, because it's just too much.
Okay,
It's
so
too
you
much.
want
I
it
cannot handle that kind of,
publicity
everybody
or something?
looking, everybody expecting. I don't know how to say this. Fame comes with a price.
Oh yeah, well that's actually true, but yeah, that was basically where I was getting at. Like we thought maybe you wanted to be the center of attention of everything. I mean, if you could, and so
No.
we thought your humbleness in some of your streams was a mask or something, or something that you were doing, like because I mean they do say never meet your heroes because you don't know what they're like in real life. Because like you think you're a big fan of somebody, and then you actually get a chance to meet them and get their autograph, and you see them out one day, and they're like, "Hey, be gone from me!"
Yeah.
Like I don't know you. Like and
No, I couldn't
like,
handle being famous,
so,
or even semi-famous, because
yeah,
it's just too many people in your personal life all the damn time, and I'm just like, no, I can't breathe. Get away. No,
yeah,
I need my private life. I
yeah,
need my personal space, and anybody that is even semi-famous
yeah.
has none. Okay, you have no privacy. I don't care how much money you make. You can't buy privacy.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want fame. I wouldn't mind being rich. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I
but
think
no.
who wouldn't want to be rich? Like, because I feel
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that's an
But
understandable thing because there's a lot of poor
I
people out
just
there. So
couldn't. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I can't. It smothers me just thinking about it.
yeah,
Okay, because there's no relief from it. You
yeah,
can't be famous and then just not be famous.
yeah.
No,
But
it comes with a price, and that is a price I'm not willing to pay.
yeah, well, it's a good thing you see it that way, Trish. And I also wanted to point out like the whole you maybe ever talk with Amazon and see if they could give you a digital copy since you wrote the damn thing.
Yeah, David Robert, I may actually try to do that. You made a very good point.
Okay, yeah,
No,
yeah,
I write because I know it's still published.
yeah,
Okay, then I'm very proud of that. But I
yeah,
also know there's a distinct possibility I'm never going to be a famous writer. I'm okay with that.
yeah.
Okay,
So
because like
yeah,
I said, that comes with a price, and I just don't. I'm not willing to pay that price. I would rather have
and
this core group of people that we know each other. We can talk every day or once a week, and it don't matter. We are still friends. We are still family. And honestly, after everything that's happened, I don't think there's anything that we couldn't get through together.
yeah, and that's why I find it ridiculous now we even thought that. But I mean, I was gonna mention that because looking at you, like from a perspective of the fact that we've always like streamed together and we always hang out, have a good time. You always did come off as the type of person who actually kind of likes her privacy. Like you kind of prefer it that way. Because like I remember the times you would complain about the whole Grand Central Station thing. Like there's always someone wanting something from you, and if you're famous, there's always going to be people wanting something from you constantly.
Yeah,
You're never going to
times
have a time to
10,000.
say,
Yes.
yeah. So yeah.
That is,
So
oh my God, I couldn't handle it. I mean, y'all have seen me react
yeah,
due to Grand Central Station.
yeah,
Can you even imagine? I wouldn't even want to imagine
yeah. Like, do
what it
you
would
even
be
remember?
like if I had any little bit of fame. No, just no, no,
Yeah, because like, do you
no.
remember Elsa's comments back in the day when Elsa would say, like, lock the damn door, woman, or something? Because she'd be
Yes.
like, close the door, like, Grand Central Station should be closed. Like, don't they know you're trying to stream? because sometimes it would happen when we have an album review planned or something. We're trying to get through an album, and we've only gone through like 3 songs, and then you have to leave the scene for a minute to do something. Like,
Yeah.
so,
I wouldn't be able to handle it. I really wouldn't. I'd probably have a nervous breakdown. I'm not a complete introvert, don't get me wrong. I do like people to a certain extent. I do like hanging out, but I can't be around people for very long because it just gets to me.
yeah, same with me.
And, famous, no, because that would never end.
Yeah, it's the same thing with me, Trish, because I'm like, I just want, like, because I'll be honest with you, I'm the type of guy who actually likes my privacy, and like, so even I would never want to be like a quote unquote famous person. So I was like, I don't know why a lot of people are out there like trying to chase fame. It's like they want to be like, their dream is to be on TV someday or something. But like, is that really what you want? Like deep down, because I mean, like, think about it. I mean, not to get morbid, but I mean, even celebrities sometimes get to the point where they end up committing suicide, and it's usually like child actors, and it makes me wonder: was it the child who wanted to chase his dream, or the parents trying to get their kid to chase the dream for them, which is most of the case. But yeah, that's one thing I've noticed about Hollywood. About those, it seems like every week there's another news story about another celebrity who like took their life. It's because it like fame does become too much for a lot of people, and not to mention sometimes being famous can make you really lonely as well. Like if you remember, like one example for this, Trish, is remember when we were doing the Britney Spears album reviews back in the day? Well, Britney actually has a song called "Lucky," which was one of the songs we covered from her second album.
I remember that one.
Yeah, and it was actually about a woman who was a famous like celebrity, like Marilyn Monroe type, and she was like so miserable because late at night she'd basically be crying herself to sleep. She was so lonely, but yet during the day, like people are praising her and everything, but when she comes home, just laying in her bed. I mean, that was basically the point of the song. Was basically someone that thought that they were lucky, like being famous, but is fame really a good thing to have? Because even a famous person, even a celebrity, can be lonely.
Oh yeah, who still have a private life. Yeah, there are. There's not very many of them. At least I don't think there are. But there are. I just I honestly, I don't think I could handle it.
Yeah.
Mentally and emotionally, I don't think I could handle it.
Yeah.
I would have to have an extremely personal life. And the way social media is now, to mention tabloids, I don't know that it would be almost impossible. Some do still, very few, if I think I'm saying that right. I think there's very few that still have a private life because of all the, I don't know, social media and all that stuff, because of how much access people have to famous people now.
Yeah. Like, I'll be honest with you.
It's so hard for them to have a private life now. And if I can't have my private life, no, I would lose my ever-loving mind.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, like, one example, like, I know she's on tour right now, but one example is Shania Twain. Like, when she's not on tour or, like, releasing new music, we usually don't know what's going on in her life, except for what she posts on Twitter or Facebook. Because Shania has a really private life. We don't even know, like, any really in and out details of her marriage with Fred. I feel like we know very little about Fred, and we know very little about her son, to be honest, if you think about it. Because even her son is very private.
She was rich enough to buy a castle in Switzerland. Literally.
Yeah, that's where she lives. Like, see, that's one thing. Some celebrities will actually buy a home in another country so they don't have to deal with all the like paparazzi of America, because
Yeah.
apparently America is where a lot of the paparazzi type people are, because
Hmm.
there's a lot of countries that have laws against paparazzi and stuff. So there's
Yeah.
like they have better private lives if they live in another country. And that's probably where Shania is most of the time. That's where I think she was when she wrote and recorded most of her latest album, Queen of Me. Was actually
Oh,
was
yeah.
in our home and recording studio in Switzerland. So
I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle people looking at me all the time.
yeah,
I couldn't handle people wanting to know every little detail of my life.
yeah,
Not being able to just run over to the store and pick up a loaf of bread without somebody just all around you. Okay,
yeah.
I have personal space issues as it is. Okay, like, you can't get too close to me or I start smothering. I'm like, no, 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 back up. You're in my bubble.
Yeah.
And if you're famous, you can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually very true. So yeah, I'm glad that we kind of had this talk as well, even though I mean,
Oh yeah.
like we didn't need to, but I mean, it's glad that we kind of have a better understanding of you, Trish, because I think that's one thing we always wanted to know. Like we want to know for a fact if, like, I guess your thought process about things, like when you were like writing songs or writing books, like did you actually have dreams of like becoming famous through your own work, or are you just like, or do you just write for the fun of it because it gives you
Mostly
something
I
to
just
do?
write for the fun of it. I mean,
Yeah,
honestly, I don't think there's anything I've written, be it song or especially song or book.
yeah,
Uh, I don't think there's any of it that's even good enough
yeah,
to ever be considered great writing.
yeah.
I just really enjoy writing. Now, the songs were mostly just as a big joke. I was trying to be funny.
Oh yeah, like the Hootad songs. Like when I think about Hootad, like that was really funny. Like I even, because I knew it was like a parody of like an actual song, that I actually got like the instrumental of that song and actually played along with you, like your voiceover. And that's one reason why I was able to make that one video that I remember you liked. And because you were even asking me, how did I do that? How did I actually put your lyrics to music? And it was
Yeah,
because you actually wrote it in the style of an actual already popular song.
yeah.
So
Oh, I just can't even imagine. I'm not saying that my writing is crap. Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
yeah,
I think my stories are okay. But famous worthy? No.
yeah. Yeah, so at least that's good to know. But I mean, but like something you already addressed earlier
Mm,
was, I think, another reason why we were trying to put two and two together, why we had these assumptions about you, Trish, was also because of your YouTube name, Ice Pits Queen. That we
yeah.
thought maybe you actually were trying to be the queen of everything. Not saying we actually want you to completely change your persona or get rid of the queen in your name, but or anything, because we actually do like it. It's just, I guess we just wanted to make sure that you actually didn't think that you were like the queen of us, if that makes
Oh
sense.
God, no. No.
Like oh your majesty, we gotta do this, or your highness,
No. And I
like
never expected anybody to even call me that.
yeah. Because I mean,
And I
but
don't I still don't expect people to call me that. I have actually considered changing it.
I had
When
no idea that.
when I started watching your all streams and I thought, "Oh God, do they really think that? Do they really think that I think I'm the queen?" For the record, no. No, I don't. No.
Yeah, well, I'll just say this: there's one person in our group that really wanted to point that out, like the queen of everything, like trying to make you out as this bad person. But I was like, I don't know, maybe we're like our mindset is right off, because it's like, because even I would have doubts in the back of my mind, like, is Trish really that way? Because like, I mean, because you never came off that way until that fallout, like 2021 was like when everything started to come light, and was like, has a lot, I mean, and because we know it's happened in other cases in other people's life, because there are a lot of fakers out there, and everything that I mean, we started to like I said, the state of paranoia. We were paranoid that our whole life in our group was a lie. That you kind of orchestrated this whole thing, like you were the mastermind behind it all, or something.
No, not even close. Not even a little bit. No.
Yeah. So that's why I'm glad that we're kind of getting this out there. Like, no, it's not that deep. Which thank God, because if it
No,
was, I was like,
definitely not.
yeah. Because that's what I was saying. Like, if you really were capable of all that, then I mean, maybe you should actually have chased your dream of being an actress in Hollywood or
Oh
something.
God, no. No, I didn't realize, like I
Yeah.
said, until I watched those streams, just how
Yeah.
bad things were.
Yeah. Yeah, I love her. I also said LOL. Oh yeah. Yeah, Elsa, don't you love this bringing up memories? Even though not all of them are good, I guess. But I mean, at least we've addressed so much tonight. I mean, you've been
Oh yeah.
streaming for over 4 hours. Happy about it, Trish?
Oh yeah. And here I thought I was just going to stream for a few minutes and maybe answer a couple questions if anybody showed up. And this
Oh
is what
yeah,
it turned into.
yeah. I
And I
was
love
wondering.
it.
Yeah, I was wondering when you were when you originally went live, if you even expected to be streaming for long, or was you basically just gonna, I don't know, address your only concerns, or like talk about a little bit of what you've watched in the streams, but maybe ask a few questions. But at the time, you didn't know if anyone was going to show up. You could have just been talking to yourself while
Yeah, that was
like the whole
basically
entire
it. I
time.
thought, okay, it's late, first of all. So there's a real good chance that part of them are asleep and part of them are busy.
Yeah.
And they may not be able to show up. So even if nobody shows up, I'm going to apologize for the things that happened and address some of them. And then maybe they'll see it. And if they have questions, they can ask me
Yeah.
after they see it. So when you guys showed up and we started talking, I was amazed that we were able to cover so much stuff.
Yeah. Like the only person we missed tonight pretty much was actually Wild Bill. I mean, well, I feel
Yeah.
like most of our core members were here tonight except for Wild Bill, but I mean, I know he's been through like going through a lot lately, but
Yeah.
but I mean, but like you said, I mean, you did say that you're still going to give Wild Bill the chance to like address his concerns or ask you part like his own questions. If he want like if he wants to, you're not just gonna like just end it all tonight. Like I mean, even though I mean we do want to put the past behind us, but it's good that you're giving us like everybody a chance to speak up, I guess, about everything that
that's
happened
it.
back then.
I want everybody that has concerns or questions or comments to be able to get out whatever they need to get out.
Yeah,
And I'm going to answer everything the best I can. And hopefully that will, resolve people's issues. And I want to clear the air.
Yeah. But that's the reason why I wanted to go back to like what kind of led or started the fallout, like what happened in 2021, because like I said, like there was a lot of things that could have been played in factor, like you like in the middle of quitting smoking. I mean, Raymond had just passed away. You literally just had car work done on your car because your car had broke down. Like you were carless for like over a month, like during the summer of 2021, and then
Yes.
yeah, like there was like the timing of everything, and then I also wanted to point out, like mention like the whole trolling incident that happened on your channel, right around that time that kind of started everything. And even though Elsa says that she initiated the fallout, I mean, I think we were all just paranoid and questioning everything. So, I mean, it could have been any one of us. I mean, Elsa may have just been like on your ass at that moment, Trish. But thing is, I mean, if even if Elsa did take a step back during that time, I still felt like the fallout was inevitable in one way or another because it just felt like it was going to happen regardless. Because like you said, I don't even know if that time you even thought maybe you should start smoking again, if that makes sense. Like
I hadn't thought about it then.
Yeah, because I think you were trying to really stick with it. Because I
Yeah.
mean, you did seem like you really wanted to like have the courage, like you really want to do this for yourself. I would say.
Yeah.
But yet you were still being a bitch to everybody else around
Yeah.
you. But
And
yet
it
you
took
still wanted to do it for yourself.
it took months and months and months before it finally hit me.
Yeah.
Oh my God, ever since I quit smoking, I
Yeah.
have been the biggest bitch. I That wasn't the only thing that was making me a bitch,
Oh yeah.
but I honestly think that was part of it.
Yeah. And I know that you were also kind of stressed with, I mean, everything else that was going on in your life at the time. Like, I mean, like you said, you did have all those podcasts and like YouTube channels and websites and stuff you were trying to take care of, but you were also trying to find time to work on Rabbit's house. And there was just a lot on your plate that I was like, I'm surprised Trish is still going, to be honest. Like, I mean, like, because if you really think about it, any normal person would probably end up actually rushing themselves into an actual heart attack.
Yeah.
Like, you could have literally ended up in the hospital if you really think
Yeah.
about it. So you're actually one of the lucky ones, Trish. Even though
Yes.
at the time you were still kind of treating people like crap. So
Yes. It's okay. You can say it. I was treating people like shit.
yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, because that's basically how it was. But I mean, like I said, sometimes you would openly admit it in your streams that you were the world's biggest bitch that moment. So he's like,
Yeah.
so like you would even want people to kind of stay on your good side, don't piss you off.
Yeah.
But sometimes even little things would piss you off. Like you said, that one time you snapped at me on Messenger in one of the group chats just because you were asking if anyone had heard from Elsa. And I had a somewhat long statement like, "Oh no," because what I was writing was, "Oh no, I haven't heard from Elsa, but I'm worried about her. I wonder what's going on." And that's basically what I was typing. And you cut me off before I said anything, and you was like, "How long does it take to give me a yes or no answer?" Like, so I guess you were just expecting me to just say no if I hadn't heard from her, like just a flat out no. But then Elsa like, "You never treated me like shit." Oh, Elsa.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
do
Well,
you feel
good.
left out,
That's
Elsa?
a good thing.
Yeah, well, maybe Elsa feels left out. Let's check it out. Yeah, aren't you glad you
Oh,
never
I'm sorry. I didn't
faced
mean to leave you
Trish's
out.
crap?
I'm not doing it
Yeah,
again. No.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, I didn't left you. You never treated me like shit. Well, damn, Elsa, I guess you really are one of the lucky ones too. Let's check it out.
Yes. And I'm really, really glad that I didn't.
Oh
Try
yeah,
not to fall.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Which
okay, I
is
got
actually
it.
crazy.
Damn it.
Which is actually yeah. See, I think that was another thing that I felt like you were really out of character, Trish, because leading up to the
Uh-huh.
fallout, right
Okay,
before
got
the
it.
fallout, yeah, right before the fallout, you were treating me like shit, and probably other people in our group. I'm not exactly sure who else was facing your wrath in it, like here and there. But then Elsa, when she was like trying to get you to actually admit to, I guess, shit you didn't do or shit we thought you had done like to
Yeah.
us, and you were kind of rephrasing or kind of avoiding the question, I guess, or the questions, I guess she was saying, or at least that's how we were taking it. I was like, but you were like really nice about it to Elsa. It's like you didn't want to actually yell at Elsa, I guess.
No, I guess
Or
I didn't.
yeah. And so I was like, I guess it's true, Elsa. Sometimes you just get special treatment. Even though I know you don't like to be treated special, but that's what I'm just thinking. I was like,
I'm just saying. Okay.
not that you didn't have a reason to, but I'm just saying. But yeah, I mean, but
No, I don't think I
if you
don't
really
think I
think
had a
about
reason
it,
to.
because when we blocked you and everything, I don't think you would actually said anything hateful to Elsa. I think at the time we just didn't feel like you were taking accountability for anything when we thought you were in the wrong and this and that, like, and everything. That I think that's what led us to just all block you, because like she's never going to admit to it, so we're just not going to let her use us anymore. Like, but hell is special treatment, boy. But I thought I'd mention it
No.
because I know how Elsa gives us hard time for giving her something special treatment. Which is which is actually one thing I wanted to also I apologize for. I mean, I apologized to it in the past, but I've apologized personally to Elsa for always like giving her the biggest shout outs when she would come in the streams
Ah,
because I always I guess I always I mean out for the longest time I would say in our group besides you Trish, I felt like I was the out of everybody else in our group. I always felt like I was the closest to Elsa.
yeah.
So that's one reason why when it always meant a lot to me when Elsa would show up in a stream.
Oh, yeah.
So that's one reason why it probably came off as the most enthusiastic, I should say, when Elsa would come in. That's why I'd always go like, "Hello, nurse," and, like
Okay,
saying
well,
things like
first of
that.
all, you don't have to apologize for that because I think we all feel the same way about Elsa. We
Yeah,
were always very enthusiastic when Elsa came into the streams
yeah,
because we're always happy to see her.
yeah. Well, I
But
think
she's so sweet.
yeah, yeah. See, that's actually the thing. So it was like nothing. Like we weren't really intentionally trying to give you special treatment, Elsa. But I remember Elsa did kind of point out to me one time that, or to somebody in our group that Alvin would always find a reason, find an opportunity to mention Elsa's name, even if Elsa wasn't in the stream. I would
Yeah.
mention like, I really miss Elsa right now, and Elsa would watch back that stream and be like, "Why did Alvin have to mention me? Like I'm not even there. Like why am I that important?" Like that's how Elsa would take it, I guess. Oh yeah, Elsa's like, "Hey, you're doing it again, LOL." Yeah, well, I just wanted to mention it, Elsa, because do you know, like, to be honest, can you imagine just how many times I've said Elsa's name in this stream alone?
All the special treatment we
Yeah,
can give you, and you'll like it.
yeah,
Well, it's just because we all love you so much.
yeah. Like a
And that's
hundred,
the honest to God truth.
yeah, 100 points to whoever watches back this stream later can tell me how many times I've said Elsa alone in the stream alone. Because I realize I probably have said her name so many times on the stream, like already.
Well, she is a core member of the group, and
Yeah, yeah. Well, the
she
thing is,
doesn't always get to show up because it's when we stream a lot of times it's the middle of the night for her. So
yeah,
when she does get to show up, it tickles us. We're all
yeah.
happy.
Yeah, well, I think that's basically the point. But yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I probably mentioned Wild Bill's name quite a few times during the stream as well, and also Robert's because we're always talking about how Wild Bill's not here tonight, and also what he's going through, and then also Robert's like in the comments. So of course I'm going to
Mhm.
say his name when I'm reading one of his comments. But yeah, dang it, I have to go. My power's going out in a minute. Night, everyone. Great to talk to you again. And I
Okay,
guess
now Elsa, we love you.
yeah, good night, Elsa. At least you got to stay this long. At least to the point where I was talking all about you.
And we hope your power's not out for a long time.
Oh yeah, we hope it's not out for a long time. But yeah, I hope we do another stream like this again soon. Like, I mean, hopefully Wild Bill can actually be a part of it because I know Wild Bill's been wanting to get together for something. I mean, like one of these days anyway. But I mean, we're just trying to find times where everybody can be here, at least our core members, I should say. So yeah, only 2 hours.
Only 2 hours. Okay, that's not bad. That's not
Oh
bad.
yeah, well that's not bad. Yeah, but yeah, good morning, Elsa. Because I mean, I assume it's daylight for you and everything. The sun is shining.
Was it probably 9 or 10 o'clock over there right now?
Yeah. So yeah, good morning, Elsa. Happy about it. Yeah. Until later today. We're damn the devil, Elsa. Happy about it. Yeah. Good night, Elsa. Say goodbye to Elsa's power. She's getting ready to go to the Renaissance Festival in South Africa, as Wild Bill would say.
Yeah.
Like she's living in the dark ages. Yeah, I got the laundry done. Yay! Oh yeah, Elsa's got the laundry done. But yeah, good night, Elsa. Well, good morning, I should say. Well, because I know it's late for us, but yeah, I mean you've been streaming for 4 hours now, so.
And here
But
I
yeah,
thought this was going to be short.
and apparently
But
this is one of your longest streams yet. Where I mean, well, I think you may have had at least one or two streams longer than this, like this
well,
past month. But not
I
exactly
don't
sure.
know. I think this is one of the longest ones I've done since I actually started to stream again.
Oh yeah, come like since you came back. I
Yeah.
know you were. I think you streamed quite a while that first night, like on your birthday, the birthday
Mhm.
stream you did.
Oh,
Because I
yeah, I
know,
forgot about that.
yeah, because I remember you were streaming. I don't know how long you were streaming that day, but I remember you had been streaming for a while, and then, like I said, Taylor had announced,
Oh,
speaking
my
of Taylor's
God,
medicine
yes.
during that stream, and I think you had already been streaming for at least 2 hours up to that point. So I was like, thank God, like this happened while you were still streaming.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah, hell, I think I'm about to go myself. I can't stop yawning. Where it is that time of night? Well, oh yeah, Robert does say he usually stays up to like 3 in the morning.
Okay. Well, it is 3 in the morning now, so maybe we should just wrap it up and
Yeah,
we can
yeah,
do this
so
again on another
yeah,
day.
yeah. Sounds good. So yeah, I guess whenever you're up to do another stream, or if you just want to randomly go live sometime, I mean, we look forward to it. I mean, I feel like we cleared enough air that we shouldn't feel uncomfortable about anything that happened in the
Yeah.
past. And we talk about how we miss the streaming. I mean, maybe just not do it as frequently as I guess you used to, because we don't want you
Yeah.
to like push yourself into another heart attack or something again.
Yeah.
So, because but yeah, this was fun. We definitely need to do another one of these again soon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And thank you guys for being so open and so honest and asking me everything that you wanted to ask me. And like I said, anything else that you may think of later, ask me.
But yeah, I know I will. I mean, I still don't know if there's anything that was left unresolved tonight, but I mean, I'm sure I'll think of something, because I mean, there was a lot that we probably discussed during those streams. But I'm glad that you had watched all the streams to begin with, so you were aware of a lot of the most burning questions I guess we had back then. So I guess it's a good thing we did all those streams and talked about the stuff we did, so you
Yeah.
were aware of it. Because,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, that even
All right. We
amazed
love you
me.
too, Robert.
Yeah. Good night, Robert. We love you. But yeah, because like even that surprised me that you hadn't even watched those streams until like this week or this
No,
past
I
week.
hadn't. And I'm really glad that I did.
Yeah. So, but yeah, at least you found something else to kind of binge watch, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I know you've been binge watching a lot of shows like lately. So I mean, might as well binge watch all the streams we've done since 2021.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
let me say, anybody who wasn't here that was involved in the fallout, if you see this and you have questions or you have comments, if anything needs to be cleared up, contact me. You can put it in the comments, or you can message me privately, or catch me live and ask me. I will answer you, because I want nothing left on the table, basically. Is that the right way to say that? I want
Yeah.
no questions left. I don't want them left unanswered. So anybody that has any questions or comments, just tell me. Let me know. If you can't, if you don't want to do it in the comments or on screen or in this chat, you can message me.
Yeah.
So, all avenues are open. I want to clear everything up.
Yeah. You want to lay it out, all out on the table. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Thank you, Robert. Well, I want to lay it all out on the table.
Yeah. Because I mean, we don't want anything left unresolved.
Yeah. I don't want any tension left at all.
Yeah. So then we can actually leave the past in the past and not have to continue to bring it up. Because like even I've been told that, like, say you did something that you regret or that you hurt another person, but you apologize for that.
Yeah.
Like you actually sincerely apologized to them for it and took accountability for what you had done or made that person feel like once you apologize, it's supposed to be like kind of like done. Like so, because you don't need to getting reminded of. You remember when you did that to me when you already apologized for something you did
Yeah.
in the past. You're like you shouldn't have to keep apologizing for the same shit over and over again. If that makes sense, because once you apologize once, that should be the end of it, pretty
Yeah.
much.
If you've
So
apologized sincerely,
yeah,
then that should be the end of it.
yeah. So that's one thing that I feel like a lot of people need to I guess like basically see or like basically like do like practice what you preach pretty much because some people
Yeah.
like say that but then like I mean like I just feel like more people need to learn to let shit go once an apology has been made. Like if you're waiting for someone to apologize for something and they actually do apologize to you, you shouldn't like just because if they mess up again in the future or something, you don't keep reminding them about something they did in the past that they already apologized for. If they should
Agreed.
apologize for something else, if they should apologize for something else, it should be something they did currently, not something they did in the past, like 5 years ago. Because
Exactly.
so yeah, so that's basically what I'm getting at. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're leaving 2021 finally in 2021. Like it's not going to
Yes.
come to any other year with us. So yeah, this was awesome. But yeah, I guess I'll let you wrap things up, Trish. But yeah, this was nice.
Yeah. I have actually enjoyed it more than you would probably believe. uh, all right. I guess we'll end it here. And thank you to everybody that was here. And thank you for being so open and asking what you needed to ask and saying what you needed to say. And I guess that'll do it until next time. And yes, there will be a next time, although I don't know exactly when that'll be.
Yeah, it could be a day from now, 2 days from now, a week from now,
Yeah.
whenever. Yeah.
But I will catch you guys the next time. And that's it. Okay. So have a good night or morning, depending on where you are.
Yeah. Good morning.
Well, if I can get to end, I will.
Yeah.